Eric Karros have got today's call.
Kevin, it's a beautiful afternoon for baseball in Orange County as Southern California baseball fans kick off the holiday weekend. Many coming to see a three-time MVP and the newest entry into the 500 home run club. Challenged today by one of the game's best young hitters as Fox Baseball Night in America presents the Kansas City Royals and the Los Angeles Angels.
Send you down the road to Anaheim. It's the Angels, it's the Royals. Matt Vasgersian and Eric Karros have got today's call.
Beautiful holiday weekend for baseball in Orange County as baseball fans get ready for the big weekend ahead. Many here to watch a three-time MVP who's the latest entry into the 500 home run club, challenged this afternoon by one of the best young hitters in the circuit as Fox Baseball Night in America presents the Kansas City Royals and the Los Angeles Angels. With that, we welcome you to the ballpark and wish you a happy Memorial Day weekend with Eric Karros, Matt Vasgersian. Second of a three-game holiday weekend series, Eric, between a couple of lineups at least that seem to be going in different directions. Starting with the Angels, they're winners of 11 out of their last 14, a season-best 7 games over 500. And most pleasing to Mike Scioscia, the Angels have heated up without big-time contributions the past couple weeks by their best offensive player.
You know, but still, when you turn on the Angels, you want to watch one guy, and that's Mike Trout. Now, he was given the day off Wednesday. They didn't play Thursday. So what does he do last night? Comes back, hits a big home run, goes 2 for 4, and on top of that, throws a runner out at third base. You watch him in the field, you watch him at the plate, and you watch him on the bases as well.
In terms of the Royals, that's a lineup that's not blessed with the same kind of perhaps dynamic players that the Angels feature. They're going to go as far as a very good starting pitching staff will take them, and today we get to see their ace, James Shields.
Well, and the Royals are thankful that he's throwing today. In his last 18 road starts, he's 13-1 with a 1.7 ERA. No pitcher in Major League Baseball since last year has more road wins than James Shields. They're going to need him to throw well to contain this great Angels offense.
Holiday weekend in Southern California. Fans are ready for Game 2 of the series between the Angels and the Royals. We're back with starting lineups in the opening pitch right after this. Vasgersian as both teams prepare for the middle game of this series. A moment to take a look at the standings with games in progress in the American and National Leagues. In the American League, the Central and West as such. Note that in the Central, Detroit and Chicago have already lost this afternoon. The last place Indians winners earlier today, while in the West, Oakland has lost 3 in a row, losing in Toronto again this afternoon. So, Eric, the Angels' charge continues. They've got a chance to go to bed tonight, just a game and a half back.
It's something, though, that they really can't look at. They just got to continue to play well. If they keep at this pace, it's not going to matter what the A's do. They'll find themselves in the postseason. On the flip side, the Royals have got to get something going. They don't want to get so far buried in that division that there's no way of getting out.
Yeah, we'll be talking big picture about the Central and the West throughout the telecast this afternoon. Ned Yost, his 5th season in Kansas City after 6 years managing in Milwaukee. Again, plugging away a game under 500 as he lines up the Royals this way against Matt Shoemaker. Kansas City starting lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Moss. Lefties Aoki and Hosmer off the top. 2012 All-Star Billy Butler bats 3rd at DH today. Alex Gordon, Sal Perez, and Lorenzo Cain bat 4 through 6. And then they're all right-handed from there on down with Danny Valencia, Alcides Escobar, and Pedro Siriaco, who's got a little 3-game hitting streak on the line today. Matt Shoemaker has been one of the great stories for an Angels team that has had terrific contributions from younger players, players making minimum salary, players without a whole lot of service time or household name value. Shoemaker's one of them, making just his 3rd career big league start here today.
Well, 7 years in the minor leagues, and he's not a guy that's going to overpower you. He's got a couple different pitches, good with location. Mike Scioscia telling us prior to the game, he's got a pretty darn good split finger. Here we go. We're going to get ready for today. We're going to see some keys to the game. There they are. The Royals, they've got to get the offense going. It goes without saying, they just have not been able to score runs, swing the bats well. The Angels, just another ace. And what that means is Shoemaker out on the mound has already beat Cliff Lee this year, and then he beat David Price of the Rays. He's got a tall task today. Gets James Shields of the Royals.
Keys to the game brought to you by the Lincoln Motor Company. Yeah, I guess that's the key to success. And Mike Scioscia, if he could stunt his schedule to have Matt Shoemaker face all the staff aces in every series, he'd be in pretty good shape.
I'm sure the offense would love that suggestion, too.
So set for his 3rd career big league start this afternoon. Mike buoyed by his club's recent winning ways, and he told us when we met with him this afternoon, hey, listen, don't be fooled by inflated offense here and there. We're only going to go as far as our starting pitching takes us. And that's not usually a conversation you have around the Angels. It's Pujols, Hamilton, Kendrick. Jared Weaver, of course, off to a great start this year as well. So we're ready for baseball. Aoki, Hosmer, and Butler for the visiting Royals. Matt Shoemaker set. The 27-year-old's first pitch of the afternoon is in for strike 1. Nori Aoki had really the only notable line in game 1 of the series a night ago, 3 for 4 with a stolen base. Outside of his presence at the top of the lineup card, the Royals were frustrated for the most part against C.J. Wilson and company. I think frustrated is the key word around the Royals, at least offensively, to start the year, as Aoki fouls that one away to fall behind 1-2.
Well, a lot of expectations for this young Kansas City Royal offense coming into the season. The last few years it's been develop, but now they're at a point right now where they're past the developmental stage. They're here to win, and offensively it just hasn't translated yet.
1-2 pitch home to Aoki is bounced to the right side of the infield for Howie Kendrick, and there's one away to start the afternoon for Matt Shoemaker. Given personnel changes so frequently in baseball these days, it's with a little asterisk that we talk about how the Angels have dominated the Royals in recent years. It's been a very lopsided season series the past few campaigns. As with one away now, Eric Hosmer digs in, trying to snap out of an 0 for 8. There has been an undue amount of pressure, getting back to your point, on the young players that were supposed to have delivered by now, and Hosmer is considered one of them.
Well, I think when you say pressure, it's the pressure that they put on themselves, and it's the expectations. You're going to have struggles, and that goes without saying, but it's how do you deal with those struggles? how do you get yourself out? How do you make adjustments? This game is as mentally taxing as any athletic endeavor there is.
2 balls and a strike to Eric Hosmer. He too obliges with a ground ball to second. And there are 2 away. Well, the big note coming out of the Royals this week in terms of the top line of the news feed was the reassignment of third baseman Mike Moustakas. And as Billy Butler stands in now with 2 gone, the cautionary tale is only as far away as the Royals' current roster. Guys like Billy Butler and the on-deck hitter Alex Gordon, each at one point in their careers, after seemingly establishing themselves in the big leagues, went back down to the farm only to return a second time and stick.
Well, and again, it's what Mike Moustakas is going to do while he's in Omaha. You know, the Royals have described it not so much as a sending down, but a chance for him to reset, to start the season over. There's going to be that before I went to Omaha and the season after I came back from Omaha. I hope he can get himself right mentally, come back up here and swing the bat like they had hoped.
3 balls and no strikes. The count to Billy Butler. Shoemaker's last start came Saturday here against Tampa Bay. He walked 3 that night, allowed only 1 earned run over 6 innings. And it's 3-1 now to the Royals DH.
Well, seeing Butler, a middle of the lineup guy, he has expectations for himself. And when you start putting pressure on yourself and start feeling like, I've got to hit this ball out, I've got to drive a double, and that's when you start to snowball, you start to struggle.
2-out walk will bring Alex Gordon to the plate, and this was what Mike Moustakas was in the midst of before being reassigned. His big league batting average, the 2nd lowest in the circuit, on base percentage as such, and the OPS also among league trailers as he was sent back to Omaha on Wednesday.
And when you're struggling at the big league level, I mean, it physically it paralyzes you. You know, you're not getting sleep, you're thinking about it all the time, and then you're asked to go out on the field and perform physically.
So a 2-out base runner now in front of Alex Gordon. Gordon starts play this afternoon at 269, 3 home runs, 25 driven in. 2 of those 3 home runs coming on the same afternoon against the Orioles a week ago. An all-star for the first time in his career in 2013. And a swing and a miss. He let it fly on 1-1. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Check that to 1-1. 1-1 now on Alex Gordon.
You talk about Gordon, probably one of the best all-around left fielders in the game, at least over the past few years, both offensively and defensively, just very consistent.
Ned Yost tinkering a little bit in a Moustakas-less lineup, and this is just the 3rd time this season that Alex Gordon is hitting the cleanup spot. You know, this is a lineup, as you take a look at Danny Valencia, who will be getting the reps at third base until further notice without Moustakas. These guys are without some of their pieces still offensively. Omar Infante most notably, and that's ripped back up the middle of base hit. So some possible 2-out trouble brewing in the visitors' half of the first. Runners aboard with 2 gone.
Well, you talk about them without some of their pieces, the Royals, but still it's a ball club right now that when you're preparing for the Kansas City Royals and you're going over their offense, there is not a guy that you pick out and you say, look, we cannot pitch to him. We cannot let him beat us. You know, ideally it's Eric Hosmer, but he hasn't been that up to this point.
So 2 on 2 out now for the catcher Salvador Perez, a 2013 All-Star who is back to active duty today for the first time since leaving Monday's game with a hand injury. Now Salvador Perez, a big guy, just eyeballing him even from TV tells you as such. But the Royals ride him pretty hard, and Ned Yost doesn't shy away from that. He says almost sheepishly, yeah, we're going to get Sal Perez out there as often as we can.
Well, he's great defensively. Throws the ball extremely well. Offensively, he's improved. You know, I always go back to a guy I played alongside, Mike Piazza. Tommy Lasorda was the manager. Mike Piazza was the catcher. And Tommy had run him out there all the time. And Mike would say, "Dude, did I ever get a day off?" And Tommy's response, "Johnny Bench never got a day off." Hall of Famer from the Cincinnati Reds. And that's kind of an old school mentality.
And also the end of that discussion when you hear Johnny Bench never got a day off. Perez cue shot off the end of the bat for Pujols, who was well off the bag to Shoemaker covering, and nothing comes of the 2-out walk and single. We'll watch Mike Trout swing the bat second as we go to the home first, scoreless.
I wish they all could be California.
Tenured manager in the game, Mike Scioscia, presiding over a 5-game winning streak over the Royals. And pending his lineup card this way, the Angels are brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live boss. Between Kendrick and Ibanez, 1 through 5, all of them have been at least a 1-time All-Star. Albert Pujols, of course, a 9-time All-Star and 3-time MVP, batting number 3. Eric Aymar, the switch hitter, in the 6th spot. Cole Calhoun, Hank Conger, and Callan Cowgill make out what's been a very effective bottom of the lineup this year for the Angels. It is James Shields on the mound for Kansas City, making his 11th start of the year. 6-3 this season and 6-3 all time against the Angels. Kendrick, Trout, and Pujols as James Shields' afternoon is underway. Howie Kendrick steps in at 3-11, 2 home runs and 22 driven in. He has been a very consistent offensive force this year, whether leading off or batting a little deeper in the lineup as he has. And it's a quick 1-1 count to the Angels leadoff man.
Well, you don't need to look any further than Howie Kendrick, as far as a guy that Howie Kendrick spent over 300 games in the big leagues, had a successful first year, and then was sent down to the minor leagues because he was struggling. Went down, corrected his swing, did some things right. Been back up here ever since.
Well, he loves afternoons like this one, when he can ask somebody, "Hey, what do I got against this starter I'm seeing today?" "Oh, nothing, Howie. You're just 13 for 23 against him." That is straight ownership. A ball and 2 strikes it remains on Howie Kendrick.
You know, it's interesting too, because you look at a guy like James Shields and say there's no way anybody has that kind of continued success. But as a hitter, there are certain pitchers that you just pick the ball up well against. You see it out of his hand. And then there are others that may not even have good statistics. They may be guys that are going up and down, and you don't see the ball, you can't hit them. It drives you nuts as a hitter.
Still a ball and 2 strikes with Mike Trout waiting on deck. It's a 2-2 now on Howie Kendrick. We're going to take a look at our Fox tracks often this afternoon. The red dots, fastballs. Everything has been a fastball except for one offering so far. And it's 2-2 to remain on Kendrick.
Well, I think interesting looking at that box, everything outside. He came in twice, but that was really just for show to get him off the plate. But where he's trying to get Howie Kendrick out, away.
And none of that is James Shields' money stuff. He is a changeup specialist. And perhaps we'll be able to better judge this as the day wears on, Eric. Perhaps it's something he keeps in his pocket more diplomatically until the second and third time through.
Well, you don't want to show your real good stuff first time around, especially in situations where there aren't runners on.
He shakes off Perez a couple of times. And has gone full now. 3-2 to Howie Kendrick. Shields has always had impeccable control. This year, no exception. 59 strikeouts, only 13 walks through his first 10 starts of the year. And here's his early payoff pitch home. Kendrick really giving him his money's worth.
And regardless how this at-bat ends, Howie Kendrick has done his job. He's allowed his teammates to see a lot of pitches. You look at the fastballs there, Matty. Seems that's all he's going with.
And misses with one to put the leadoff hitter aboard in the home first. Well, Shields has already matched his walk total from his last outing Saturday.
All right, everybody, eyes glued to the TV set. We got Mike Trout. Again, there are not many guys. I mean, there are guys that you're going to watch up at the plate. There are guys that you'll watch run when they get on the bases, but very few will you watch the minute they step on the field, all of their actions.
Runner aboard with nobody out for Mike Trout. Trout at 275 to start play. 9 home runs, 32 runs batted in. There are those that try to pick through his line and a lot of his peripheral numbers with a fine-tooth comb. And those are the people that are saying, oh, Mike Trout's striking out more this year than before. That's ripped to third. Valencia's up with it to Siriaco for one. The double play. The Royals defense answers an early call, and there are 2 away behind James Shields. You know, that's something we'll get into regarding Trout, the fact that he is striking out a little bit more this year. Folks around the Angels tell you who cares. Small sample size early this season, and nobody around here is worried about Mike Trout, not even a little. The same way they're not worried about Albert Pujols. 13 home runs, 30 runs batted in, the numbers at the start of play today. Pujols has been swinging an effective bat this week, 7 for his last 18. And a knee-high strike. 1-1. Well, Albert made it a real thing as a St. Louis Cardinal in interleague play when the Cardinals would match up against the Royals, and it was, to be fair, a time when that vintage of Royal baseball some 7-8 years ago wasn't quite as good as it is now, and he used to just feast on that royal blue uniform. 2 balls and a strike. A base hit for Pujols. They're going to keep playing Albert Pujols in that overloaded shift, and he's going to keep taking base hits the other way.
He does a nice job here. This pitch kind of low in a way. And you look at the shift right here. You've got 3 infielders on the left side of second base. He just shoots his ball the other way. You know, kind of ironic that they would shift off of Pujols just because he uses the whole field so well. Oh, he's a slugger, but he's also been one of the best hitters the game has seen over the last decade or so.
So a 2-out base runner now for the third baseman, David Freese. Yeah, I agree with you on that. It is curious because, you know, no offense to somebody like Dave Kingman or Rob Deere, because I happen to be huge Dave Kingman and Rob Deere fans, but Albert is probably a more multi-dimensional hitter than those two guys. And when you overload one side of the infield, you're saying that he can't hit it to right. David Freese is going to have a base hit, little flare into right field. And here come the Angels now with 2 away.
Well, he didn't hit it well, but he hit it in the right spot. David Freese just coming back off of the disabled list. Hit a ball last night that was absolutely crushed to center field. Lorenzo Cain made a catch going over the wall. So he probably figures like he was owed something right there. There's Cain on the center.
So 2 on, 2 out for the left-handed hitting designated hitter today, Raul Ibanez. Ibanez at just $1.49 at the start of play. There's been a lot of conversation about the low batting average. That's the glass half empty perspective. The glass half full guy would say, well, he's driven in more runs than he has hits. So he's made them count.
Well, and he went through a stretch last year where he went into May that he had been struggling, only had a few home runs, and then in the next 20 games he hit 9 home runs. Really got hot. The Angels are hoping he can do something of the same. This is another guy, though. He's just a professional hitter. You know, he's got a plan. He's disciplined.
Some of that conversation around the 149 batting average had to do with players coming off the disabled list for the Angels, and they've had so much terrific contribution from younger outfielders. The thought was there's got to be some room made somewhere. Well, Mike Scioscia squashed that quickly by restating his commitment to Ibanez. And it's now a ball and 2 strikes.
But the reality is Josh Hamilton comes back. And you've got Calhoun and you've got Cowgill and Ibanez. It's going to be tough to find playing time for everybody.
Shields missed with a breaking ball. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ibanez, a former Royal himself. 3 seasons in Kansas City in the early 2000s. Jammed him. And that retires the side. 2 left stranded in the home first as well. Heading to the second, no score. Taco Bell breakfast. Wake up. Live Mas. Brunch, lunch, breakfast, whatever it is, enjoying a fine Saturday on this holiday weekend.
Look at that. Linens, just a nice table full of food.
Fancy eating.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Thank you, guys.
Lorenzo Cain leads things off here in the second for Kansas City. Cain, Valencia, and Escobar, the 6, 7, 8 batters for Ned Yost. You know, this discussion of youth being served in the Kansas City lineup, Eric, and it is definitely a theme. As Cain puts a charge in a ball out to deep left, that clears Cowgill. Lorenzo Cain can run. He'll get into second without a problem. And it's a leadoff double here in the Royals inning.
Well, you watch Cain here. You see him tuck that back elbow. It gets close to the body. And when he makes contact, the arms are not extended. See, you've got that bend right there. It's not until after the ball follows through. Boom, you got that extension there. And hey, you saw that line out in left field, too, huh? But Cain, again, he is one of those young players. He's held his own, though. He was on the disabled list a bit, plays great defense. Ned Yost loves him.
Leadoff hitter in scoring position now for Danny Valencia. It is Valencia who will benefit from the at-bats without Mike Moustakas to platoon with at third base, at least for the time being. And he'd love to just run with it, claim this job, and ride it all the way until September. Nothing in one, the count to Danny Valencia. Puts that in play. It's a foul ball. No, that is a fair ball in play. That ball's in play. The initial signal from Chris Siegel, the home plate umpire, was that ball was foul. Credit Hank Conger for staying with it. There's one away.
Yeah, and I think credit Hank Conger. Watch him stare down Cain at second base to make sure he doesn't take off to third. Watch this. Look at, he's staring, he's holding him, he's making sure Cain heads back to second. Boom, he makes the play at first, leaves the runner at second.
So one gone, a runner in scoring position now for Alcides Escobar. The Royal shortstop took an 0 for 5 in the series opener yesterday, and a breaking ball starts it with strike one. You know, this has been a well-discussed problem with regards to the Royals lineup. Situational hitting. And there's not an under 500 team in baseball that doesn't bemoan the same thing, believe me. The fact of the matter is that with runners in scoring position, 2-strike hitting, when you kind of cut with a fine-tooth comb, the Royals have struggled.
But you know what really exaggerates that is their lack of power. Because sometimes those things can be hidden. If you're hitting home runs and you're driving runs in, you know, guy on first, and you hit that 2-run shot. But not only are they not hitting with runners in scoring position, they're not hitting the ball out of the ballpark at all. That just magnifies everything. They're last in all of baseball in home runs.
Yeah, you get kind of caught when you play the on a pace 4 game.
Let's hear it. I want to play.
But if you play the on a pace 4 game, it is a frightening low home run total. That's a broken bat, 2-hopper out to shortstop for Ibar, and the former Gold Glover is able to throw out Escobar for the second out. So you get the leadoff double, and so far Lorenzo Cain has been unable to move.
Take a look at Escobar. He hits this ball off the end of the bat, and what does it do? Goes in half. Everybody always thinks that, oh, he got jammed, that's why they broke the bat. But you hit it off the end, it's arguably worse.
So it'll be up to the 9-hole hitter Pedro Siriaco. His very modest 3-game hitting streak is the longest on the Royals roster at this point. Matt Shoemaker trying to strand another runner in scoring position, something he was able to do in the first. He starts Siriaco with a strike. Kane at second via the leadoff double. Valencia grounded out, then Escobar grounded out. 0-2.
Well, you have to hand it to Shoemaker. He gives up the leadoff double, and he's made good pitches. He's throwing strikes, but he's not throwing strikes over the middle part of the plate. Hitting corners, staying off the edge.
The 0-2 to Siriaco. Little flare out behind second. Gathered in by Kendrick. It's been a season-long story for the Royals. Leadoff double, and they failed to score. Matt Shoemaker toughening up with runners on base. Won't you get that? Is sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company. This is where a new conversation begins. We welcome you back to our continuing conversation in Anaheim. Royals and Angels are scoreless after just an inning and a half. Back with Eric Karros, Matt Vasgersian. Eric Ibar leads things off in the second. Ibar, Calhoun, and Conger against James Shields. Well, Shields had to dance out of trouble in his first inning as well today. Leadoff walk. He neutralized that with a double play ball to Mike Trout. And back-to-back singles by Pujols and Freese. Able to get out of the jam on an Eric Ibar ground ball. And a Banez ground ball, that is. As Ibar takes a strike, and it's 1-1. Ibar starting play at 267. Numbers that are creeping up as he slaps that to third for Valencia. The new season of The Ultimate Fighter has begun, and it's not too late for you to get caught up on what critics are calling the best season yet. Don't miss an all-new Ultimate Fighter this Wednesday at 10 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. One away, base is empty now for the right fielder, the left-handed hitting Cole Calhoun. Calhoun is one of those players in our earlier discussion, Eric, for whom it might be harder to find playing time when Josh Hamilton returns. Came off the DL prior to Wednesday's game. It was back on April 15th that he left with a sprained ankle, missed a month. Had a handful of rehab games in Salt Lake. He was 11 for 22, and the brass said, yeah, he's fine. Let's get him back up here.
They really like the way the ball comes off his bat. He has a swing that usually generates a lot of power, a lot of hard hit balls. Almost reminds me of a Chase Utley. It's a short, compact swing, and it doesn't ever get long. They really like his future here.
2 quick outs for Shields. A notoriously quick worker is the 9-year veteran, and now he'll face the switch hitting catcher Hank Conger. Yeah, no discussion of the Angels' success is complete, and I know it's still an early work in progress. We're just past the quarter pole of the season, without talking about the contributions made by guys like Cole Calhoun, Hank Conger. This is not just an equation where the heavy payroll guys have done all the lifting.
Well, they've had contributions from everywhere, and even Mike Scioscia telling us before the game that everything is really going to center around the starting pitching. From the outside looking in, everybody is going to be enamored with the offense, with the big names, and rightfully so. But this team will be determined by how C.J. Wilson, you see him right there, how he does. Mike Trout right there, how Weaver does. The guy that doesn't get a lot of recognition nationally, that probably has the best stuff on the team, Garrett Richards. The right-hander that has just coming out of the bullpen, just ridiculous. There was talk of him possibly starting today on regular day's rest, and that they were going to skip Shoemaker, but they let Shoemaker get another top-notch pitcher, Mr. Shields,
and try to mow him down as he has before. Conger lays off. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Angels catcher. Perhaps coincidence, but the 2 top teams in the AL West have had very effective platoons at the catcher position. Oakland with John Jaso from the left side, Derek Norris batting right, and with the Angels between Chris Iannetta and Hank Conger, they've had a lot of productivity themselves, and that'll be extra bases into the right field corner. Conger's going to try it at least. Here's Aoki's throw. It is not in time. Boy, Aoki got a convenient hop off that little abbreviated corner at right, and that was a lot closer than it looked to be off the bat.
Aoki does a nice job of getting the ball in. Conger beats the shift. Royals have 3 guys on the right side of second base. Aoki gets the ball, fires it in. Just a bit offline. Conger gets in there safely.
So a 2-out RBI opportunity now for the bottom of the order guy, Colin Cowgill. And Cowgill started with strike 1. The American League average with runners in scoring position and 2 outs is .215. And before we even have a chance to tell you how good the Angels have been with runners in scoring position and 2 out, Colin Cowgill grounds to the left side of the infield. We'll be back after this word from your local Fox station. All night in America. Games in the late afternoon in our case out west and under the lights in the east, leading you into the All-Star game in July. And a couple of postseason hopefuls colliding here this afternoon. Top of the order here in the Royals half of the third. Nori Aoki, Eric Hosmer, and Billy Butler against Matt Shoemaker. Aoki 3 for 5 in the series so far. Grounded out in his first try today. That one whizzes past Shoemaker. And Kendrick with the bare hand will have no throw. It's an infield single for a guy who racks up a lot of infield singles.
He just beats this ball into the ground, and I think Shoemaker thought it was hit harder than it really was. He flinches first. Then after the flinch, unable to get the glove cleanly on the ball, bounces past him. And Aoki, as you mentioned, has another infield hit.
My goodness. Ichiro Suzuki, eat your heart out. It's a lot of infield knocks. So a man aboard for Eric Hosmer. It's 2 straight innings that the Royals have put their leadoff hitter on base. Lorenzo Cain doubled to open the second, but could get no further. So you want to go back to the on the pace for game because we never had a chance to finish it.
Yes, I do. What do we got?
So
what's the topic?
The topic is home runs.
Okay.
Or the lack thereof as it pertains to the Royals. They've hit 20 home runs, last in the big leagues. Their slugging percentage is also last in Major League Baseball. If you project out their season ending total, and again, we do this with the disclaimer that it's completely unfair. 1-1 to Hosmer. They're on a pace for 69 home runs. That would be the fewest by an American League team since 1961 in a non-strike shortened year.
Who was it back in this? I mean, there's a big league team that hit less than 69.
Glad you should ask that question. It was the 1975 California Angels. 2 balls and a strike to count to Eric Hosmer.
As a participant of this game, do I get anything for asking that question? Like, who was the last team, or do you just thanks for playing?
No, it's a thanks for playing.
All right.
Copy of the home game. Shoemaker keeping his eyes on Aoki, who is a threat to run. He's stolen 6 in 9 attempts this year. And there he goes. Hosmer bounces it past Pujols. Aoki lost the baseball for a moment. He'll advance to third anyway. Boy, Aoki had no idea if that ball was hit fair or foul.
Well, and one of the things as a runner, those third base coaches, they're out there for a reason. They're out there to help you. Look at Ibar here at second. He's going with the old fake like it's a pop-up, doing a great job. And see, Aoki, he's looking all over. Where he should be looking is at the third base coaching box, Dale Swain. That's why he's out there. But Dale's not out there trying to get all-star votes or phone numbers or anything like that. He's out there trying to help the base runner.
Watch Hosmer doing his best to get him going. But Nori just kind of lost himself there for a moment. Runners at the corners. The second time in 3 innings that the Royals have had multiple base runners aboard. Here's Billy Butler now. And a breaking ball has him swing and miss.
Well, each of these pitchers has been able to pitch out of trouble. There's been runners in scoring position in every half inning so far, yet we still haven't had a score.
Billy Butler has been consistent in one regard this year. That is a .282 batting average with runners in scoring position.
And this is where, if you're Shoemaker out on the mound, you're just trying to minimize damage. You don't want to have this turn into a crooked inning where you're giving up 3-4 runs. Concede that guy over at third, but work real hard for a ground ball double play or to get an out here.
Left-handed batter Alex Gordon waiting next. Nobody out in the third. And Butler shoots that into left center field. Coming hard is Trout. He gets there to make a great catch and then loses it. They will call the out, however. Third base umpire Andy Fletcher got out there in a hurry and said that Trout hung on to it long enough. One away. Tagging from third to score is Aoki.
Trout does a nice job closing down on the ball. He makes the catch. You can see he takes a few steps, and then when he pulls the glove up to try to transfer the ball, that's where he loses. I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. I still got it. I ain't got it. You know, it'd be interesting if you could see from the other side if that hand was going into the glove.
Well, no challenge issued. And I'll tell you what, a month ago, that would have been called a live ball. Here's Alex Gordon now. You remember the way the season started with a really bizarre and disconcerting reinterpretation of what constituted as a catch. The transfer rule was discussed more so than ever before. And then baseball had to kind of reclarify things after the teams kind of kicked back. Players complained, coaches and managers had a lot to say about it. And the rule went back to being enforced the way it had previously. But there were countless examples of non-outs being called when the ball popped free on transfers.
Yep.
And it was driving guys nuts. Royals on the board on the sac fly off the bat of Billy Butler. Up high to Gordon. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Catcher Sal Perez waiting on deck. You know, Ned Yost is not to be confused with Earl Weaver in that he has never been a big subscriber of the 3-run home run to win every night theory. He is more inclined to like to manufacture runs. But with the lineup he has this year, he has no choice but to try to manufacture runs. And when you have to rely on 3 hits an inning to score, it really puts your back up against the wall. That's down in the dirt.
Well, again, it's not as if these guys don't have power. I mean, I watch Hosmer in batting practice, and he puts on an absolute display. You know, Billy Butler, he's hit over 20 home runs twice in the last 7 years. Gordon has 15 to 20 home run power. Heck, Moustakas, who's leading the team in home runs, he's down in Omaha right now.
Two balls and 2 strikes. It remains to Alex Gordon. A run on 4 hits for Kansas City so far tonight. They've been just as productive as they were through 9 innings and 9 to go. And the 2-2 is swung on and missed. Let's get back to the sac fly off the bat of Billy Butler. And Mike Trout making the catch, and then on the transfer losing the handle. Andy Fletcher, the third base umpire, wearing a mic for us today.
No, you don't have to anymore. You used to have to.
Third base coach Dale Swaim asking Andy Fletcher the same thing that we kind of asked rhetorically. Hey, does he have to have control? The transfer, is this a month ago or is this today? And Andy quickly said, yeah, that's a catch. That's an out. Here's Perez now.
This inning, though, is typical of the Royals this season. First and third, nobody out. It looks like they can have a big inning or more than 1 run. And here we are with 2 outs, 1 run in, and a guy on first. You know, they just haven't been able to, as you mentioned, you know, whether it's having to put a couple hits together or just somebody hitting something in the alley. You don't even have to hit it out of the ballpark.
Shoemaker in front of Perez 0-1. He has consistently gotten ahead early this afternoon. First pitch strikes to 11 of the 14 he's faced. Perez lines that into center. Here comes Trout again, and he can't make the catch at all this time. Hosmer to third. All right, Mr. Karros, play official scorer for me.
Error. Mike Trout makes that play. He's coming in now. That ball could have come off the bat like a knuckleball and could have had some movement, which would make it more difficult. But that's a catchable ball. He's not leaving his feet. He's not pooking it off the grass. That's just a clank. Mike Trout will tell you that's an error. Glove open and clank.
And that's exactly how the official scorer here sees it as well. E8. And now Mike Butcher's going to come out and visit with Shoemaker. Runners at the corners again for Kansas City.
I know that sound, clank. Did that? I think I did that one time 17 times in 1 year.
No, you
that was over at first.
Really?
Oh, yes, I did.
Well, who was playing short and third most of the year? That's what I want to know. Wow.
Clank. Hey, it happens even at the big league level. That's the ironic thing is sometimes you watch these youth league teams and you get all worked up. I see coaches get all upset. Oh, the guy didn't make the catch. I go to a big league game. I'm watching the best player in the game. Boo one. Happens everywhere, Matty.
Well, it happens in front of Lorenzo Cain here and gives him a chance to drive in another run. 1-0 Kansas City on the RBI sac fly by Billy Butler. Hosmer and Perez at the corners with two gone. On the first pitch, a slicing shot out to right that Calhoun will not have a play on. You know, we were talking about Lorenzo Cain during his first plate appearance and how young he is still. He's a player that's 27 years old, and I guess that's not young in terms of the average age of a Major League Baseball player. But in baseball years, he's a lot younger because he didn't start playing the game until his last year of high school. It is really extraordinary to see someone take to baseball that late and get to the major leagues as an almost everyday player.
Very athletic and spent some time on the disabled list. Dyson was out there patrolling center field. I remember Ned Yost telling me a few weeks ago that Lorenzo Cain down in the minor leagues was as good a center fielder as far as going and getting the ball as he had seen. Waiting for his return. There's Ned.
Shoemaker out of the stretch as he has been virtually all afternoon. And it's 2-1 now. You know, if you're one of these guys, just, you know, for instance, like me, I'll just go ahead and say it, who plays the daily fantasy leagues, and you look at Lorenzo Cain, 313 against right-handed pitching, 324 in day games, and good numbers that you saw right there with runners in scoring position, you think this is a slam dunk to play him in your lineup tonight.
And hopefully you did.
No, I didn't. See, that's why I lose a lot. And there's another booted ball in the outfield by the Angels that allows Cain to get into second without even a play. 2-0 Kansas City as Lorenzo Cain has his 14th RBI of the year. Got a little case of the yips out there this afternoon.
See Matt Cain here getting this past the diving Ibar. Cowgill just closes the glove a bit too soon.
That's the second error of the inning. Both of them in the outfield. Trout and now Cowgill guilty of a boot. Runners at second and third, 2 in, 2 out for Danny Valencia. There have been some hard hit balls against Matt Shoemaker this afternoon, to be sure. But I think it's fair to say he deserves a better fate than a 2-0 deficit.
But on the flip side, you look at all the base runners the Royals have had, and it's only 2-0. You know, it could be a lot worse. There's a big at-bat right here.
Valencia takes a strike to fall behind 0-2.
I mean, for me right now, this is the pivotal at bat. A base hit here makes it a 4-run ball game. You get out of here, you're just a walk and a home run. You're tied. Has to stay off the plate here.
Still 0-2 to the Kansas City third baseman. Well, these are those trying times for a young starter, right? I mean, Matt Shoemaker certainly not new to the game.
This is what you find out about a guy, though, whether it's up at the plate, he's been struggling and he comes up in a big situation, or a pitcher hasn't had a lot of support defensively. Can he pitch himself out of a situation? It's real easy when things are under optimal conditions. There's a lot of guys that thrive, but what separates guys from having successful careers or any type of longevity is the ability to thrive under quote unquote stressful situations.
That one misses low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Danny Valencia, who's come back to even the count after falling behind quickly 0-2. Alcides Escobar waiting next.
And if you're Shoemaker, you still don't have to give in. You got first base open. You're still in the driver's seat.
The 2-2 home is fouled back. Valencia just got a piece of an eye-high fastball. You know, Matt Shoemaker has twice led the Pacific Coast League in innings pitched, and that's not necessarily one of those numbers that you want to lead the league in. If it's the AL West, it's another story. Point being, he's had a chance to work through situations like this many times before, perhaps not with as high as stakes. And now he's full 3-2.
Well, if I'm Conger behind the plate, I'm Shoemaker on the mound. I'm trying to nitpick on a corner here. I'm not trying to avoid the walk. 3-2. I'm still making a pitcher's pitch.
Runners at second and third, 2 gone. The payoff pitch home is fouled away.
See, he goes a breaking ball right there, down and away. You take a look at Fox tracks. Seeing the breaking ball is down, 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 fastball's up, and what that does to a hitter, it changes the eye level. Anytime you can mix things up, whether it's in, out, up and down.
He's thrown him only 1 strike and nothing overly fat, as it were. The next 3-2 home struck him out. Could have been worse, and for Mike Trout, you win some, you lose some. One of 2 outfield errors leads to a 2-0 Royals lead. Kansas City, top of the third, and the Angels trailing for the first time this afternoon will send Howie Kendrick to the plate to lead off their half of the inning. Kendrick, Trout, and Pujols. Top of the order here in the bottom of the third. Howie Kendrick threw base on balls after a 10-pitch at bat in the first, and he's got a single here in his second trip to the plate. Again, bear in mind those numbers. He is now 13 for 24 all time against James Shields.
Yeah, it's almost like you can save some time, just start him off down at first base. I think that first at bat where he saw 11 pitches really set the tone as far as his day against Shields.
So now Mike Trout will have an immediate opportunity to atone for the defensive miscues. He shortens up and takes a strike.
You see, that's the beauty of watching Mike Trout. You know, this is a guy that can hit one into the lava rocks. He might drop down a bunt because of his speed. Again, you just can't take your eyes off him as a fan.
How do you feel about that? You got a guy who's capable of making it a 2-2 game. It's early. Was he shortening up for show, or was he actually thinking about it there?
I think he was thinking about it. Valencia's playing far back. You know, forces Valencia, the third baseman, to either make a choice, come in, stay back. And you have to remember, there's a Hall of Famer hitting behind you with over 500 home runs and has 13 home runs this year. Your job just to get on base.
The double play he grounded into in the first was his third of the year. Not a big deal. But last year, through an entire season, he grounded into only 8. And again, that's one of those ancillary numbers. Just like the slight increase in strikeouts, where people are picking needles out of a haystack and saying, throw to first goes bad. And Kendrick will be unable to advance as he comes back off the back screen quickly.
Well, you're talking about those numbers, and you know, the Trout, the strikeouts. You know that same guy. I'm not sure. We watch this. See Hosmer short hops and just misses, hits Kendrick, and then shoots towards the screen. The Royals got lucky with that bounce instead of having it go down the line.
Two balls and a strike to Mike Trout. You know what my feeling on this is, since you asked?
Did I ask? I didn't even know I asked.
I'm going to tell you that.
I was in the middle of saying something, but I think I was going to ask.
For those that are talking about Mike Trout, he's on a pace for more double play balls, he's on a pace for more strikeouts. That's like saying LeBron James is having trouble going to his left at the end of the third quarter on Tuesdays.
But remember, we are playing the pace game today. We are playing the pace game.
Jam shot pop up. Escobar calling off Siriaco for out number 1.
No, but I agree with you. I mean, too much is being made, and just on the flip side, it's Mike Trout threw a runner out at third. That's his second outfield assist this year. You know how many outfield assists he had last year? Nada. 0. So, you know, again, you can make what you want to make of it. The reality is Mike Trout is flat out a stud and enjoyable to watch.
And I guess it's a compliment to a degree, because the bigger the skill set, the loftier the expectations.
Yep.
And heck, you and I are guilty of it too. We even said this. When you turn on an Angel game, when you listen on the radio, you come to the ballpark, you expect him to hit a 7-run home runs and steal 19 bases. I mean, these are the superhuman feats that we're kind of spoiled by. Here's Pujols now. He takes a strike. Albert's single in the first makes him 8 for his last 19. Behind 0-2. Not to mention, Mike Trout is like a one-man marketing campaign.
That's not even a bobblehead. That's just a big old head. That just, well, just a solid guy too. Well, remember, this is an offense, too, that right around the corner is going to have a former MVP dumped right in the middle of the lineup.
That's a good point. And it's getting more optimistic all the time. The targeted return date for Josh Hamilton, who, by the way, was red hot at the time he hurt himself sliding into the bag at first. Pujols yanks that one foul. First 8 games of the season, and that's when he got hurt. Game 8. Hitting a cool .444, had already hit a couple of home runs. People commented in Tempe about how much better he looked physically, stronger, went back onto a weight program in the offseason, got to camp, reinvigorated, and then the unfortunate injury in early April. A swing and a miss. Shields strikes out Albert Pujols for out number 2.
Well, Shields goes at him with that off-speed pitch, that changeup you talked about earlier. You just see that thing just watch. It just drop right out of the zone. He's gone with him, or gone at him with just predominantly fastballs. Albert hadn't seen a changeup, and not only was it a changeup, but the location out of the zone. Even if you hit it, you beat it into the ground.
So now 2 out for David Freese. Kendrick still at first after the leadoff single. The fastball starts Freese with ball 1. And to your earlier point, Eric, that's the changeup being Shields' best weapon in the arsenal. He didn't start in the first, and first time through showing us a lot of changeups, but used it when he needed it there with 2 strikes on Pujols. And he has David Freese all tied up on 1 there. That is quite a velocity range.
That's how you get hitters out. You disrupt their timing. You know, that's even he throws a changeup inside to a right-handed hitter, which is not conventional, but that shows you how much confidence he has in that pitch. You miss a location with that type of pitch, you can get hurt awfully bad.
Two balls and a strike. To 2-2 now on David Freese. James Shields has been a model of consistency since becoming an everyday starter in Tampa Bay St. Pete in 2007. A Southern California native. Second in starts made over that period. 4th in complete games. 3rd in innings pitched. Two balls and 2 strikes to the former World Series MVP. And it's another changeup that strikes out David Freese. Couple of strikeouts with a man aboard. Keep it a 2-0 Kansas City lead. Adventure. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And by T-Mobile. Back with Eric Karros, Matt Vasgersian, and a 2-0 Kansas City lead through the first 3 innings of baseball on this holiday weekend. Alcides Escobar lead things off for the Royals in the 4th. Escobar, Siriaco, and Aoki against the rookie right-hander Matt Shoemaker. Escobar grounded out in his first try this afternoon. Bunting. Freeze was on it quickly. The barehanded play, not in time. So the leadoff hitter aboard to start the 4th. The 3rd started with the leadoff hitter reaching base, and 2 runs would end up scoring. It was an inning that we talked about with Angels pitching coach Mike Butcher.
Yeah, I mean, I think it started off a comebacker. Probably thought it was hit a little bit harder than it was, how it appeared. But, you know, we made that play, and it's an out. So hopefully bounces back here.
From the outside looking in, everybody wants to talk about Pujols and Trout, but really the starting pitching has been what has got the Angels going over these last few weeks. What's the difference beginning of the year to now?
Well, I think it's okay to talk about those guys too, really. I mean, they've been doing a nice job, but you know, I think the biggest thing is we've been controlling counts a lot better. Pitching inside has been a big key to our success these last few weeks. It's just really controlling counts. That's the biggest thing. You know, our guys are getting deeper into games. We've had the luxury really of having 5 days off in between, but I don't know necessarily that our guys really like that much. I think they'd rather be on regular rotation with you know, pitching on the 5th day instead of the 6th day. But they've been doing a great job really executing pitches. Catcher's been doing a good job. We've played solid defense, and it's been good so far. You just got to keep it rolling.
Hey, Mike, thanks for the visit. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you.
Mike.
You know, per Mike Butcher's point, and this is what Mike Scioscia echoed to us earlier today, Eric. You talk about Pujols, you talk about Kendrick and Hamilton when he returns. Starting staff's been great. And C.J. Wilson, hard to believe a guy that's as well compensated as C.J. is flies below the radar, but I think he's done just that. You don't hear his name mentioned among the American League aces the way I think you should.
No, but I think, though, he's had a number of opportunities in the postseason, especially with Texas, and he never had been able to have one of those great signifying games. And you look at what he does, you know, throughout the course of his season, competitive as heck, very effective. You know, I'd say effectively wild. You know, and he and Weaver, it's a formidable 1-2 pair. You know, again, I go back to, I think Garrett Richards for me, though, is really, that's a guy that has really stepped up and done a great job. And like I said, his stuff is as good as any on the staff.
A ball and a strike to count to Pedro Siriaco. Richards goes tomorrow in the series finale, opposed by the ex-Angel Jason Vargas. Escobar will run. 12 stolen bases has been thrown out only once, and Shoemaker very well aware of that, doing his best to keep him close at the bag. Kansas City and the Angels, for that matter, both had good success on the base paths this year. Stays put, Siriaco bunting and pushes it foul to fall behind 1-2. I think among the things that have marked the start of 2014, Eric, and there have been some controversial new rules trying to avoid catchers' collisions, the use of replay challenges, rule changes like the neighborhood play and the transfer play we talked about, but the return of the stolen base has really been something that's caught a lot of people's attention.
Well, D. Gordon with the Los Angeles Dodgers, he stole 3 the other night.
He did. Escobar runs. The pitch is swung on and missed. Conger's throw down is too late. Stolen base number 13 for Alcides Escobar. Time for a game break. Let's go to Kevin Burkhardt at the Fox Sports Studios. Yeah, Kevin, thanks. The Cardinals, it's the strangest thing. They're not hitting a lot of home runs either. So I don't know that it's a Kansas City thing as much as it's an I-70 thing.
Well, they didn't hit many home runs last year either, but they sure hit with runners in scoring position at 330. And that's the thing. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Here's Nori Aoki now with a runner aboard and bunting foul.
And the point I was making is, if you're hitting well with runners in scoring position, you don't have to hit home runs. And if you're hitting a lot of home runs, that sometimes will mask your lack of production with runners in scoring position. But the Royals are stuck in both right now. They're not doing well with runners in scoring position, and they're not hitting home runs. I'm not sure that there's going to be a lot of scoring opportunities any other way.
And Nori Aoki is a fix to that. Kansas City 16-4 when he scores a run. A ball and a strike now from Matt Shoemaker. That home run by Yadier Molina that Kevin just told us about. It's just the second time in the last 13 games that the Cardinals have benefited from a single home run. It's hard to imagine with that lineup. Runner goes. Throw to third on Escobar. Not in time. Alcides Escobar pulling a Ricky Henderson. Stealing second. Stealing third.
You know, and that looked to me like they stole that off the third baseman, David Freese. He wasn't in a good position to lay down a tag. Looked like he was in front of the bag and then has to make the tag. I'm not sure if Conger's threw it over, but that's an awfully tough way to catch a ball. You see the feet aren't straddling the bag. I'd like to see him straddle the bag and catch it almost like in a backhand fashion and then swipe it down.
So the infield comes in for Aoki now with a runner at third and one away. Here's Shoemaker's 1-2.
Conger doing a nice job at dropping to his knees there and just keeping the ball in front. And you said it, Matty. You talked about the return of the stolen base. And see, Escobar has got himself at third base because of the stolen base twice.
Two balls and two strikes. The count to Nori Aoki. A swing and a foul tip hung onto by Conger, and there are two away. And the last three outs recorded by Shoemaker, the last four, as a matter of fact, have all come via the punch out.
It looks like that split finger that Mike Scioscia was talking about prior to the game. Mentioning how effective that pitch has been for Shoemaker.
Two-out runner at third, and a quick reminder to celebrate Sunday all season long with special ticket offers. Head to the ballpark with your friends and family. Go to MLB.com/Sunday. Matinee baseball wraps up this series tomorrow. As we mentioned, Garrett Richards and Jason Vargas here in Anaheim. So here's Eric Hosmer now. It falls to him. Leadoff single, two stolen bases. I mean, if you're frustrated leaving runners aboard in innings like the first and second, this has got to drive you nuts. I mean, you get the single, two stolen bags. Supposed to score here.
Well, it's become painful for the Royals. They've become accustomed to it. You know, it's happened more often than not that they get guys in the scoring position and then can't get them in.
It's one of the categories that the Angels and Royals really differentiate themselves in. Situational hitting. As we mentioned, we didn't have a chance to complete this story earlier when talking about how good the Angels have been in this regard. The American League average with runners in scoring position and two out is 215. Kansas City's under that at 204. The Angels are way above that. 270 is their number. That's the best in the circuit. Hosmer sends a drive out to right. That's going to score a run. Eric Hosmer comes through, and it's 3-0 Kansas City.
Well, he didn't hit it all that hard, but the pitch down, away. It's actually not a bad pitch, but Hosmer able to put the bat on the ball. Calhoun playing awfully deep in that situation.
As much as the power may not be there yet, the multi-hit lines certainly are. And today's another one of them for Eric Hosmer. 2 for 3 so far. Now it's Billy Butler. Butler puts a charge in the first pitch. That's going to take Trout back to the track at the wall. He leaps and makes the catch. What was it we said earlier? You win some, you lose some. I thought it was come watch Mike Trout. That's what I thought it was.
Come watch Mike Trout and the Angels.
1 in the Kansas City fourth through 3.5. It's 3-0 Royals. Here early today, signing autographs. Right-hander Jeremy Guthrie making fans happy on this Memorial Day Saturday as Raul Ibanez leads things off in the fourth. 3-0 Kansas City, and Jeremy good enough to join us during the telecast this afternoon. Jeremy, were you out here early just to sign autographs, or were you out here doing work?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I need to see the video monitor. I don't know what I was doing today. I know I got here at 11, and it's been a whirlwind ever since. So.
Not pitching in the series. You next get out there as we watch Raul Ibanez tomahawk a pitch into the right field corner. Ibanez on his way to second with a leadoff double. You're next out there, Jeremy, on Tuesday when the team gets back home against the Astros. So you have a chance to sit around, watch these games a little differently, and tell us what goes through your mind when you watch James Shields as we are today.
Tremendous example. He's an excellent leader. Shows us how to pitch. He loves the game. He talks about pitching, talks about grips, he talks about sequences. So really, for me, to get to watch him every fifth day, I try to watch what he does, the way he attacks hitters, and learn from that because he's become such a great pitcher in this league. A guy that strikes out a bunch of guys now, whereas earlier in his career he didn't. He just does a lot of things very well. So try to take advantage of that, the chance to play with him.
A lot of expectations for this ball club. Obviously not off to the start that you would like, but right at 500. What is it that makes you believe that you guys will be there at the end?
Well, we feel like we have oh boy.
Eric Ibar into that same corner and gone. My goodness, 2 swings of the bat. Double dinger. And it's 3-2 Kansas City. Scoots right over that chest-high fence in the right field corner. Number 3 on the year for Eric Ibar. Not a home run threat per se, but a guy that will turn on you with the best of them. You're not a superstitious guy, are you, Jeremy?
No, I just try to do the same thing every time if it works.
Yeah, because I was going to say, if you were a superstitious guy, you'd probably throw that headset microphone down right now. There's an out.
It crossed my mind as soon as I saw it off the bat.
Cole Calhoun bounces out up the middle.
No.
You know, among the things that you watch on a day like today, and you talk about watching James Shields, and I'm sure watching opponents is something that you do as well. I mean, we marvel at Mike Trout. He made a fantastic catch last half inning. He's the complete package, isn't he?
He is. You know, he's obviously he's accomplished so much at a very young age, but you watch him and you try to prepare for what he does offensively, and you know he's got a lot of weapons, so there's not a lot of holes, and you know, a lot of times he's one of those guys you just hope you make a quality pitch and he gets himself out, because there's not a whole lot of answers.
First pitch misses to Hank Conger. This was the catch that Mike made to end the previous half inning.
Hey, Jeremy, I know you didn't have a chance to answer, but short version, what makes you guys think that at the end you're going to be playing in the postseason?
That's right. You know what I think the biggest thing for us is we feel like we have, you know, the 4 things you need to have, which is pitching, defense, offense, and relief pitching. And I think at any given time, you know, we're as good as anybody at those 4 things. And the biggest challenge for anybody is, can we make those click consistently all together? And that's been a thing that we haven't really got into a groove this season yet. We've had starting pitching at times. We've had hitting at times. The bullpen's been great. The defense has been good at times, right? So if we can put them all together, which is the challenge for all 30 teams, we feel like we can compete every single day.
Next offering home to Hank Conger, misses outside, and it's the 3-1 now. So when you guys are on the road, Jeremy, I mean, I know that it's hard to leave family behind. It's hard to leave, you know, the video games. And who watches your shoes when you're on the road?
We lock those up tight. We got a little vault in the house, and we try to not tell the kids the combo. So
he's not kidding, America. This is one of the more amazing things that you'll see. And I didn't know, Jeremy, that you were such a shoe guy. We've got video since you don't have a monitor. This is the Jeremy Guthrie shoe vault. You're like the Imelda Marcos of the AL Central.
The who?
Yeah, don't worry. Another known shoe fan.
Oh, okay.
I'm shocked by this. Has this been your whole life or just recently?
You know, it has been my whole life. I can remember when I was probably 7 or 8 years old, cleaning my shoes, and when kids would step on them during basketball games, during timeouts, I'd be over there washing them off with water and a towel. So, you know, I grew up in Oregon, so close to Nike, and I remember Michael Jordan when he was a rookie and having that Fleer basketball card when he dunked, you know, down the middle of the lane, and seeing him on Sports Illustrated covers. And so I just fell in love with him as an athlete, as a competitor, and naturally that shoe became popular, and every year you look forward to it releasing, and you know, the rest is history. And fortunately for me, I you know, wearing Nikes, I get endorsement deals from Nike, and I get to put a lot of that money towards purchasing my Air Jordans.
I got to ask you, Jeremy, my mom just cleaning out my old closet at home came upon some 1985 Air Force One, the white with the original ones. And that's what I wore back then. They're still in pretty good condition. What could I get for them? Honestly, what, trading or get for them? I mean,
honestly, I don't know a ton about Air Force Ones, but I'm going to assume, you know, that could bring a little bit of a small treasure on you.
Could I retire?
Shoot, you're already retired. Could you retire again?
You're telling me.
I think, you know, it's fun, though. That stuff, if you had the box, I think it would increase the value quite a bit. The box, a lot of times, when they become 30, 40 years old, is just as valuable as the shoe, just as interesting.
This is great. We've got like an episode of Antique Roadshow on PBS that's broken out today.
Absolutely. No, it's you hear about people throwing away baseball cards. Someday you're going to hear about kids, mothers and fathers throwing away their old basketball shoes. Oh, I remember you had that Jordan in 1989 and we threw it away. It'll be just like baseball cards, except you can put them in your spokes and bicycles.
Here's the 1-1 to Colin Cowgill. Meanwhile, it's punched to second base for Pedro Siriaco, and that's out number 2. You guys wore the vintage unis, the KC Monarchs unis, not long ago, Jeremy. What kind of shoe choice do you make with these? We've got a photo.
I went with that's a Air Jordan 1 retro and a canvas material, and it was just released this spring in a rivalry pack. It was a commemoration of the UNC Georgetown 82 Final Four, the championship game between Michael Jordan and the Hoyas. And so they came in 2 colors. One was a white Carolina blue, and the other was a Georgetown color, blue and gray. So the blue matched up very well with the Monarchs, and we went with it. And if you can see the picture, Rod Dyson was wearing a black and white Concord 11, as they call it, which is also an excellent choice.
And you can, if you can save one pair of shoes, what do you save?
Such a tough question. Every time somebody asks me that, it's always a different answer. I really appreciate my Air Mags, which is the shoe that was featured in Back to the Future 2. They retroed them in 2011, I believe, and all the proceeds went to the Michael J. Fox Foundation. And so, I paid about $2,900 for those on an eBay auction. And they're cool because I love Back to the Future. I loved that series when I was growing up. I watched it all the time. And so that shoe, has a lot of meaning, and I think also the fact that it went to charity was important as well.
I feel like we're discussing fine Bordeaux wines right now. You've got the make and the vintage of all these things.
Well, you know what? The more you associate with it, the more you realize how many people there are out there that have loved shoes and have this passion for sneakers and have had it for 30 years. And just recently, I think it's with the social media, these people have come together, and it's like this uprising, and now it's spread. Now every kid thinks they're a sneakerhead or thinks they got to have every pair of shoes, and it's become kind of a trend or a fad, and it's fun.
Yeah, gosh, Kerry Bradshaw, eat your heart out. Jeremy, thanks for the visit. We appreciate your time. Good luck against the Astros your next time around on Tuesday.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks,
Jeremy. 2 balls and a strike to count to Howie Kendrick, trying to pick up a base runner. 2-run home run by Eric Ibar has cracked the scoreboard for the Angels. Just a 1-run ball game here.
If there's anybody the Angels would like to have up against Shields, it's this man.
A single and a walk this afternoon. 13 for 24 all time against the Royal right-hander. Looked like a little slider that time that got a strike call. As much as we talk about the big wipeout pitch, the changeup that Shields features, through the first 3 innings today, he had thrown a total of 10 changeups. So still keeping it in his pocket to a degree.
Perez just wanted to get on the right page. And, it's not often that you look on deck and it's Mike Trout and you say, hey, look, maybe we go after the next guy instead of just laying one over the middle here for Kendrick.
Well, there's nowhere to hide at the top of this Angels lineup. The 2-2. Kendrick's jammed, a ball that Perez has, and makes a quick play on to retire the side. 2 in the Angel 4th, however, on the Eric Ibar home run. It's 3-2 Kansas City. using hashtag the new. Alex Gordon digs in to begin the visitors' half of the fifth. Middle of the order for Kansas City against Matt Shoemaker, who has just delivered his 77th pitch of the afternoon. Significant only because his season and career high is 89, and that was established in his last start. A ball and a strike to the Kansas City left fielder. I just find it ironic, Eric, when we get to this time of the season, as Gordon lets it fly on a 1-1 pitch and pops it into shallow center. Former first-rounder Mike Trout makes the catch. You know, we're getting on the June draft here coming up, and you've got guys like Mike Trout, first-round draft choice, and then guys like Matt Shoemaker, undrafted free agent, signed with the Angels after slipping through the entire process unclaimed. Played college ball at Eastern Michigan. Not exactly a baseball drafting hotbed, but the point is, if you're good enough, they're going to find you.
Well, they will find you, and some guys mature later, some guys develop later. You know, for me, the greatest example is that 62nd round draft choice that I played alongside, Mike Piazza.
Sal Perez lines to center. That one drops in front of Trout, a 1-out base hit.
But I think with Shoemaker, it's also a testament to the resilience. Number of years in the minor leagues, doesn't have the great velocity, but he works, stays on the corners, and provides organizational depth.
And with the rash of pitching injuries this year in baseball, and that's been another thing, unfortunately, that's distinguished 2014. So many high-profile pitchers with season-ending injuries, and the Tommy John epidemic has never been so pronounced. It's the teams with that organizational pitching depth that have a little better chance of surviving. Lorenzo Cain has a double and a single today and takes strike one. If you were to tell me that the Oakland A's would be in first place without Jared Parker or AJ Griffin all year, I'd say no chance. But they have some organizational pitching depth, the same way the Angels do.
There aren't many teams that are going to go through an entire year without facing some major injuries on a ball club. And every once in a while you get that, hey, then the 5 guys made starts all year long, but very rarely.
Yeah, those years don't come along very often. With like the 03 or 04 Mariners, that is the exception to the rule. But I don't know that any team has been hit harder in the first 2 months of a season than the Texas Rangers this year.
Man, it just keeps coming, huh? Prince Fielder is talking about, did he have I know he was going for a second opinion, but he has season-ending surgery scheduled, I believe, for Tuesday.
That's the plan. That's the word. They lose Matt Harrison on the same day. They lose their changeup specialist. I mean, they've been losing guys like in tandem.
Well, remember Derek Holland in the offseason. Beltre was on the disabled list.
Even young players, Jurickson Profar.
Yep. And it's only May. That's when, if you can ever believe it's tough coming to the ballpark, it's tough coming to the ballpark.
Yeah. 3 balls and a strike to count to Lorenzo Cain. Boy, Hank Condor did a nice job grabbing the bottom of the strike zone there to make it 3-2. Danny Valencia waiting next. 1 out, 1 on. Visitors half of the fifth. 3-2 Kansas City. Shoemaker again approaching that career high pitch count, and he strikes out Cain. To say what you will about the base runners getting on, Matt Shoemaker has really gotten tough with people on base.
What was that? Split finger, I believe, there. And again, that's not even close. That bounces, and Kane just over aggressive there. See only one walk for Shoemaker today, 5 punch outs.
Right-hander Kevin Jepsen up in the bullpen.
Another guy with a great arm.
So here's Valencia now with 2 away. All 4 of Shoemaker's punch outs today have come with runners on base. Check that, 5, all 5 of them. Perez singled with 1 away. Unfortunately, not the kind of guy that you can manufacture a lot of offense with on base. And Valencia swings and misses. So it too. You got Trout, Pujols, and Freeze in the bottom of the inning. Certainly, Valencia and the Royals would love to pad their scant lead here. Real early and yank foul. Up to the 90 pitch mark.
Yeah, you see that 3rd inning. That's where it got a little out of hand for him. 30 pitches. Gave up a few base hits. Didn't walk anybody.
Still 0-2 to Valencia. And a swing and a miss. 6 strikeouts for Matt Shoemaker this afternoon. Still a 1-run ball game with Trout, Pujols, and Freeze set to bat in the 5th. By Chevrolet, find new roads. A 3-2 Kansas City lead as Trout, Pujols, and Freeze will try to cut into that small deficit here in the home half of the 5th. Mike Trout 0 for 2 so far this afternoon. Grounded into a double play and popped to shortstop. He takes a strike. Kansas City loads up the left side of the infield. The second baseman Siriaco playing on the shortstop side of the bag at second. Breaking ball's in for a strike. The guy on deck, Albert Pujols, has seen the overloaded shift more often than Mike Trout has this year. Well, it's good to beat Mike Trout. Next year begins his 6-year, $144 million deal. And via social media, here are some of the images. Yeah, hey, congrats. Got to meet Johnny Manziel. Bought his mom a car, most importantly. And from his mom's social media feed.
I'm going to say Johnny Manziel got to meet Mike Trout.
I like that better.
I think that's a route we're going to go.
A ball and 2 strikes to Trout as he wants to think about things with the bases empty leading off. It was just a matter of time before they reached some kind of a long-term agreement with Trout. Next year again starts that 6-year contract extension. Swinging a drive, well hit out to center field. Kane back, he can only watch. That one is gone.
Just continue to marvel at what he does on a baseball field.
Ball was absolutely crushed, and on contact, it had no chance of staying in the ballpark. Pitch to Albert Pujols, misses inside. 10th of the year for Trout. Back to even 3-3, and a fastball taken for a strike 1 and 2. Mike Trout has such a compact, powerful stroke, and Pujols to left. Gordon back on this ball and makes the catch. Oh, after a juggling act, hangs on for the out. Oh my! Big Game James tips his cap. Cue up the circus music.
See him put his foot to climb up the wall. Gets it there. Doesn't even see it. Now he's got his eye on it. Off his shoulder, off the face. Oh my goodness.
And it looks like the Angels are considering a challenge here, as Mike Scioscia's contention may or may not be, hey, that ball at one point hit the fence. And I believe this crew's going to take another look.
Or what about that rule that you can only juggle it 6 times, and then the 7th it's just automatically safe?
That's rule like 188A/. Yeah, I think Mike's contention here is that ball at one point hit the fence, and dare I say, regardless of the outcome, this is probably worth the challenge. Oh, you know what? I think that ball hit the pad. I think that ball hit the pad. Which would make it.
You know what, though, for me right there, I don't see that. I don't see it conclusively hitting the pad. Remember, the play on the field, he calls an out.
There's a different angle.
Looks like it hits head. I mean, I don't think there's something that you can definitively say, at least right now with what we've seen, that hit a pad or that hit something other than out and scored.
So you're saying that the call is going to stand?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that Scioscia's going to win this challenge, because I think, in my mind at least, that clearly hits the pad behind.
Where?
Right there.
I don't see that hitting the pad. I think it's just coming straight down. I got bad eyes. Actually, weren't you telling me about 20 minutes ago you couldn't see anything right in front of you?
No, I can't.
That
I
was
can't
you.
see anything. In fact, I think this is the Padres and the Astros playing right now. I got no idea what's going on. Mike Scioscia and the Angels are batting exactly .500 on challenges this year. They're 6 for 12.
Look at that. Albert still got his helmet on. He's ready to get back up there. I tell you what, if I hit that, I'd be sitting on that top step ready to run out the second. I mean, where do you put him? You have to put Albert at second base, right?
I think you got to put him at second if you put him anywhere. And that's where I contend he's going to be standing in about a minute. Ball on the field once again is a catch, and a brilliant catch by Alex Gordon if it holds up.
Again, I haven't seen anything that conclusively shows me.
Right there. I think it hits that corner. How does it not? How would the ball come directly down? But again, that's an assumption on my part. To your point.
I guess I would go with the. Nope, they put him at 2. You're right. Your eyes aren't that bad, Matty.
No, they're bad. And it will be ruled a double by Albert Pujols. So you get no protest from Alex Gordon.
Well, you can't. I mean, how often what's he going to say? I'm just curious of what they saw. So, those are the shots.
Every once in a while, you'll get the real answer from a shot of the guy's face. And I don't think we're going to get that from Alex. He's not tipping his hand at all. So an RBI opportunity now for David Freese. You know, that hit was a noteworthy one for Albert, even though it took some deliberation. His 2400th career hit. He's never had to wait so long for one, I don't think. Trout hits the home run that ties it. Pujols hits a double that needed a challenge to be instated as such. And now it's Freese with a chance to deliver the Angels their first lead of the afternoon. Slow chopper to third. Valencia plays the short hop. A good throw gets him. Pujols advances to third. But with all this madness, we still haven't taken a look at the home run swing by Mike Trout.
And where's that back elbow? It's tuck, 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 and there we're going to drive the ball. Look at the ball just pressing on the bat right there. And there's the follow through. There's the extension. Head down. Lava rocks. Just impressive. Like I said, you come to the ballpark and you don't know where he's going to wow you, but he will. Done it out in the field. Made a great catch. Crushes one right there. Home runs in back-to-back ball games.
It looked like a Nerf ball. Slowed down when you looked at the compression like that. Here's Raul Ibanez now, who doubled and scored in front of Ibar's home run in the 4th.
I have to step back with all we're talking about right now. Albert Pujols did a great job of going from second to third on the ground out by David Freese. He waited again. He's still not fleet of foot, but he is a smart base runner. Gets down to third with 1 out. Scores on a sacrifice fly. Infield is in, so not necessarily a ground out. Again, Pujols playing the game.
A couple of hard hit balls against James Shields this inning. On the inside corner for a strike to make it 1-1 to Ibanez.
Well, it wasn't only this inning. I mean, you remember last inning, Ibanez led off with a double, and then Ibar followed with a home run. Angels are starting to square some balls up.
Back to Trout. He committed the error earlier today, then made a brilliant defensive catch and has hit a home run. So I think he's, if you can play the 1-4-1 against game, I think he's back into the black. He's back into the positive.
Well, and don't forget, he started off the day with a double play. I mean, again, that's the beauty of baseball. Keep getting opportunities.
Ibanez yanks that foul. Even Mike Trout, and the same is true of Pujols, but particularly for Mike Trout, there are times he goes 0 for 4 and hits the ball hard enough to have hit 2 home runs. Just happen to be line drives or atom balls. A full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Ibanez. Eric Ibar his homer today. He waits on deck. Ned Yost had a 3-run lead at one point. A swing and a miss, strike 3. Hey, speaking of hard-hit baseballs, as we're here in Southern California, it's a Southern California native, Giancarlo Stanton, who has hit the hardest baseballs this year. A home run on May 4th that went over 114 miles an hour. We talk about distance. How about speed? Another one at 114 on April 12th. Still another. This in Philly at 114 miles an hour. In fact, he's all over the leaderboard in the hardest hit ball by miles per hour chart this year. Ibar now with 2 gone and a runner at third. That one gets away from Perez. Pujols will score without even so much as a play at the plate. And that's how the Angels get their first lead of the afternoon.
See, Perez just gets the glove down, but he doesn't drop down. That's why so big for Pujols going second and third. You see Mike Trout, he's excited. Go, go, go. We go back, we see the big hits or home runs, but the base running by Albert Pujols going from second to third on the David Freese ground out. That's why they scored that run.
You bet. That scored officially as a wild pitch. And I get that that's in the parameters of how to score that ball, but I think even Sal Perez would agree that's a play that he needs to make. Getting back to home run velocity, DK, if we saw those 114-mile-an-hour jobs by Giancarlo Stanton, as hard hit as that home run was by Mike Trout, still not as hard as the Stanton home runs.
Well, the home run, you don't get points for how hard you hit it. You just got to get over that fence. And I will say this. I mean, you look at this, and you get a little lava rock here too. I mean, it's nice.
Don't you think you should, though?
You should get points for distance. No, actually, I wasn't a distance guy. I just like it getting over the fence. But you should get distance and speed, velocity.
Again, I'm kind of morphing.
Yeah, get more.
Morphing Sony PlayStation with real baseball. Ibar swings and misses and loses the bat in the process to strike out. Not before the damage is done. Solo shot and a wild pitch have given the Angels their first lead of the day. the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball. And by Burger King. Come try the new Chicken Big King, only at Burger King. Welcome back. It's time for our Lowe's pitcher profile. Our Lowe's never stop improving pitcher profile. The final line on Matt Shoemaker through 91 pitches, just shy of a career high. It is his season high workload, however. Struck out 6. That ties his career best. And is in line, if the bullpen can hold, to move to 3-1 in 2014. And the first out of the bullpen, the longest tenured reliever on the roster, 29-year-old right-hander Kevin Jepsen.
He come right at you, very hard thrower. Another one of the many arms coming out of that bullpen.
He'll face Alcides Escobar and Pedro Siriaco. Then the top of the order, Nori Aoki here in the 6th. The long ball, the weapon of choice for the Angels today. 2-run shot by Eric Aybar. And number 10 on the season for Mike Trout. So 6 innings would have been terrific from Shoemaker tonight. But some big pitch counts in the 3rd and 4th made it a 5-inning stint. All told, however, big picture, and Mike Scioscia is quite proud of the fact that his starting staff has thrown more innings than any other starting staff in the American League. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Alcides Escobar. Escobar singled, stole the base, and scored in the 4th. That made it 3-0 Kansas City. That lead would go away quickly. Still 1-2.
Well, and you look at the Angels have scored 3 runs via the home run today. Royals, obviously nothing out of the ballpark. And again, that's, you know, one swing of the bat. You couldn't run up on the board, 2 runs up on the board. Pujols, great job at base running. This Angel Ball Club known for their base running prowess.
Yeah, that might not have happened a year or 2 ago as Escobar whacks that one high, deep, and foul. It was downplayed a little bit by Albert because he really is such a professional, but you know, the foot injury, the kind of thing that has slowed down some of the game's all-time great sluggers, from Joe DiMaggio to Mark McGwire to Albert Pujols. It might not seem like a big thing to the casual fan, but without the very bottom of your base, not only was he hampered at the plate, he couldn't run the bases at all last year. On the ground is shortstop for Aybar, deep in the hole. The throw is in time to get Escobar. Clean bill of health. Part of the reason why his productivity in terms of home runs and batting average is up through this point in the season last year.
And I wouldn't necessarily call it a clean bill of health, but I think he's been able to figure some things out, make adjustments, because his bottom half is not anywhere where it was a few years ago, and I don't think it'll ever be there. He's battled through the knee, the foot injuries, but he's been able to make adjustments, and that's why, again, you appreciate the talent, but you also appreciate, probably even more so, especially with what he's doing this year, the ability to tinker and allow himself to be successful again.
Pedro Siriaco hits a little pop to shortstop. Aybar got a great break on that ball. There are 2 quick outs in the 6th. Well, there's a lot of time left on that deal for Albert Pujols, as we know. And Albert's as aware of that as anybody. This is the 3rd year of that big 10-year deal he signed to leave St. Louis. Not to mention, there's 10 years after that on a personal services contract, but that's beside the point.
Well, it's a very proud man. He's very prideful, and you know, he feels like he wants to go out and earn it.
Here's Aoki now with 2 out and the base is empty.
You know, and he can tell you all he wants. I mean, physically, he is just, he's just not the same, nor will he ever be. But again, as you get older in this game, you have to change things. Things that you could do 5 years ago, you can't do now. But with what he's doing, he's still doing it at the highest level.
2 balls and no strikes to Nori Aoki. Jepson's 2-0. Big swing and a miss at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Hey, the MLB Fan Cave is back. Some of the game's biggest stars are scheduled to visit and appear in Fan Cave videos. Check out all the latest cave happenings at MLBFanCave.com. Follow at MLB Fan Cave on Twitter and like the Fan Cave on Facebook. Boy, Kevin Jepson, here it is, hit it. Mid-90s fastballs is what he's coming to Escobar, Siriaco, and Aoki with.
You know, it's funny because there used to be a time where you wanted to get the starter out so you could get to the bullpen. And, you know, nowadays that just completely changed. You got specialists down there, guys throwing 1,000 miles an hour, trick pitches.
You saw Sean Burnett up a moment ago. On the appeal to third, they say Aoki swung the bat. A 1-2-3 inning for Kevin Jepson. It remains 4-3 Angels. East at this moment. Bottom of the 6th inning here, and it's Cole Calhoun that leads things off for the Angels on top by a run. How about the fact, EK, that the Blue Jays have now won 5 in a row, and they've got sole possession of first place in the division, the furthest into the season for the first time since 2000. I mean, it has been a while since Toronto has been able to be atop the pack this deep into a campaign.
I think it says more about the rest of the division that there isn't a team that has really separated itself, nor will there be any. I think that division comes all the way down to the end, and you're talking about a team that probably finishes a few games over 500.
Calhoun grounds back out to Shields. Would I be nuts to suggest, and I know it's early, we're not even through the Memorial Day weekend, that at least one of the American League wild cards comes from the West?
I would say, I mean, you could make a pretty good argument that there could be 3, much like the National League Central. Seattle, for me, is going to be interesting. I mean, just because of the pitching. I think that they can hang around. You've got Houston in the division that you're going to be able to beat up on. And if Texas, like I said, with all the injuries that they've suffered, that's another team you're going to be able to get a lot of wins.
0-1 the count to Hank Conger. Bottom third of the order here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Well, James Shields has reached the 100 pitch mark. Had the 3-0 lead. Eric Ibar's 2-run home run, Mike Trout's home run, and then a run on a wild pitch that cost him that. 2 balls and a strike. There's that good change. 4 strikeouts for James Shields today so far. He'll be the first one to tell you, by the way, he does not consider himself a strikeout guy. Despite that, earlier this month he recorded his 1,500th career strikeout. That puts him 20th on the active strikeout list. Looking for 1,505 here on 3-2 to Hank Conger. Into the corner. Boy, Aoki's been busy out there this afternoon. Conger's going to try for second. A strong throw is not in time. Despite a very athletic play on the receiving end by Escobar, Conger's able to get into second base with a double. Ned Yost is going to take a little time here while his video guys take a look inside. Wow. Hank Conger just straight slid over and then behind the tag. That was brilliant.
Goes in feet first, slides past the bag, and then uses his hand to elude the tag.
That is an amazing play and a terrific look at it, slowed down like that. I think Hank Conger himself is pleased at this point. He's looking at it on the jumbo board.
Yeah, look at that.
He's like, look at me. I'm an acrobat.
He did the same side. I love it.
I'm surprised that Ned Yost has challenged this. He came out a moment ago, and as we've seen all managers do, he had one eye on the umpire and another eye on his bench coach to see if, in fact, it was worth a challenge. They're not going to win this one. That was amazing. Yeah. And yeah, I think Ned knew it too. He just thought, here we are at a crucial juncture of the game. I got it in my pocket. I don't want to go home with it. That could be the one on Fox Sports Live tonight.
You've said that a couple times tonight.
I just want to make sure they hear it back there. You know, they're chasing NASCAR highlights around sometimes. Wow. All right, so now Colin Cowgill. Conger's been a force today. 2 doubles and a walk. Another guy we should have started in our daily fantasy leagues. Cowgill 0 for 2 so far.
You know, but that's also another thing that the Angels have been known for over the last few years. It's a staple of Mike Social Ball Club. It's base running. And that in itself, whether it's a slide, whether it's taking the base to get to second. We saw Pujols earlier go second to third. And they have a metric in this new age. It's called UBR. It's called ultimate base running, and it excludes stolen bases, but it's talking about taking the extra base, tagging up, those sort of things, and you'll never guess which team far and away leads the major leagues.
UBR.
Ultimate base running. I just happened upon it.
That's not the app that you use when you've had too many cocktails and you need to get home at night. Ultimate base running. Cowgill sends a lazy fly ball to center. 2 away.
But I think if anything, it just supports the fact that this Angel ball club, whether it's going first and third, whether it's scoring more often than any other ball club on base hits from second to home, this is a team that puts pressure on you constantly, and it's proven effective.
Yeah, it is documented too, to your point, as Howie Kendrick steps in for his 4th plate appearance today. Pedro Mora from the Orange County Register had a piece this week that highlighted the fact the Angels score from second on a single 76% of the time, right? Might not sound like a big deal until you learn that the league average on that is just over 60%. They are a very efficient team on the bases. A ball and no strikes to Howie Kendrick. One and one. A hard-throwing right-hander Kelvin Herrera up in the bullpen for Kansas City. Shields at 110 pitches. It'd be a good guess to think this might be his final frame, if not final hitter. In an ideal world, it's both. The 1-2 is hit on the ground to first for Hosmer. So a runner left stranded in scoring position. Fox Baseball Night in America returns to Anaheim after a word from their local Fox station. Catch a night. Last night it was Kansas City's Kane. Lorenzo Kane bettered today by Mike Trout, but as great as those grabs were, they're not even close to the best ever Royals versus Angels catch. It came in Kansas City, June of '97. Jim Edmonds, one that he made a career on, and for good reason. At least in our generation, one of the best plays I've ever seen defensively. So keep working at it, Mike. Eric Hosmer leads things off in the Kansas City half of the 7th. Hosmer, Butler, and Gordon. Still just a one-run ball game as Sean Burnett takes over on the mound for the Angels.
Came in last night, recorded an out. Gone almost an entire year. Tommy John surgery. Again, we're talking about how the Angels just keep getting stronger. I mean, he comes back. Ideally, Hamilton back pretty soon.
Yeah, the Hamilton thing, and I'm not sure if you call it a real roadblock or not, but not in the lineup again tonight in his rehab assignment after experiencing discomfort in his thumb yesterday, where he was also a scratch.
Well, that discomfort came from the night before. He had a few hits and jammed in his last at-bat by the hard-throwing Dominguez, a youngster in the Dodger organization. But ironically, last at-bat didn't feel too good. Give him yesterday off, but unable to go today.
You can understand if the Angels are a little pensive about penciling him into the lineup. Pitch misses to Hosmer, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Hosmer, Butler, and Gordon here in the Kansas City 7th. Full count now. You saw the note on Sean Burnett that he made his season debut yesterday. In fact, his first big league appearance in almost a year. Missed 134 games last year and the first part of this season, while serving time on the DL due to a left elbow impingement. Angels had him on a brief rehab stint, and again came back up yesterday to get into a ball game at the big league level for the first time in a year.
Well, I misspoke. I thought he was a TJ Tommy John guy. Still out for a year.
Wow, look out. Well, you talk about hard hit balls. That wasn't a home run, but that one was absolutely smoked back up the box.
Well, he got the shift on against Hosmer. High bar right up the middle, but man.
A 3-for-4 evening for Eric Hosmer. Now Billy Butler with a man on, and he's going to see somebody else on the mound. Had that at bat gone differently and Burnett retired Hosmer, you might have seen him get the opportunity to work the whole inning, because Alex Gordon, the left-hander, waits next, but Joe Smith is hot. And the Angels are going to make the move. A pitching change in the 7th. We'll be right back. Trout, though this ball was ruled a catch, it came with a little dicey finish at the end. This one was ruled an error. The second of the year, but from that point forward, it's turned into a great afternoon. A brilliant catch against the wall, and then a solo home run that tied the ball game in the 5th. Mike Trout, our T-Mobile Game Changer, brought to you by T-Mobile, official sponsor of Game Changers everywhere. It's the first time that Mike's homered in back-to-back games since September of last year when he homered in 3 straight. Billy Butler now with a runner aboard after the pitching change. The 4th arm of the night for Mike Scioscia is the right-hander Joe Smith. Smith's been used in a couple of different capacities this year. He has closed games, as you saw, on the corner to make it 1-1.
Well, Mike Scioscia is saying he's got nothing absolutely defined down there in that bullpen, and that he will look at matchups, and that's what will dictate who he has up in the pen, who he brings in.
Butler into right. That'll drop in for a base hit. Hosmer to the next station. Runners at first and second with nobody out.
You know, and this is a situation right now where you talked earlier, Matt, about Sean Burnett not being able to retire Eric Hosmer. If he would have, he probably would have left him in, and then eventually he faces the left-handed hitting Alex Gordon. But because Hosmer gets on, Scioscia forced to make a move. Now you've got the right-handed pitcher going against a left-handed hitter.
And the first pitch is in for a strike. Gordon responsible for Kansas City's lone RBI yesterday. Much better historically against right-handed pitching, and this year no exception. Breaking ball just missed in tight 1-1.
Not a lot of success against Joe Smith, though, Alex Gordon. 1 for 6 lifetime with 3 strikeouts.
That individual matchup notwithstanding, if there was somebody Ned Yost would want up there in a spot like this, it would be Gordon. 349 with runners in scoring position. That's the best number on the team. For you as a hitter, were you more concerned with recent trends, how you'd been going the week or 2 weeks prior to, or the matchup that night?
Well, it depends. I mean, more or less it was a feeling. If I was feeling like I was swinging the bat well, it didn't matter who was out there on the mound. But I tell you, if I wasn't swinging the bat well and there was a guy out there that I had had success against, I welcomed that.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Salvador Perez waiting next. Kansas City trying to regain the lead, one that they enjoyed for the first 3.5 innings today. They had a 3-0 advantage before 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th for the Angels. And Gordon, after a long pause by Smith and Conger, wants to take some time of his own.
Well, you look here on the Fox tracks and you see that he's just one fastball, 3 off speed.
So would that fit into the cliche, and maybe it's a truism here, that you get 1 pitch per plate appearance for the most part?
Well, it depends on the pitcher out there. I mean, if it's your superstar guy, you're getting 1 pitch, and if you miss it, you're in a lot of trouble. Here you got to foul some off, hope he makes a mistake.
Instead, it's ball 4. That's a tough take, but Gordon draws the walk to load the bases with nobody out. Mike Scioscia can't believe the call.
I think if you look at that pitch, it got a good part of the plate. I think Alex Gordon doesn't swing at it because he's fooled. Wow. It's not because he was holding up on it. I mean, that is an awfully tough pitch to take. Full count.
Bases loaded, nobody out. The Royals have had some great opportunities to score in this game. None better than this chance right here with Salvador Perez, who's 1 for 3 so far. Royals are 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position tonight. On the ground is shortstop. Ibar gets one himself and then throws to Pujols for the second out. Hosmer does score to tie it at 4.
Well, Joe Smith does his job there. You're trying to minimize damage with bases loaded, nobody out. Can't be too perfect. Gets a double play, and now has to go after Lorenzo Cain.
No RBI credited to Perez on that play, and now it's Lorenzo Cain, as Eric mentions, 2 for 3 so far today, doubling and singling in his first 2 plate appearances. Struck out in the 5th. Butler, the runner at third, with 2 gone and a run in. A late swing and a miss. You wonder if that just missed ball 4 to Gordon is still on Smith's mind. A strike to make it 1-2. Swing and a miss. 1 to tie. Bases loaded, nobody out. It could have been a whole lot worse for Joe Smith and the Angels. By Budweiser, designated driver, and enjoy the great times. And by the new Samsung Galaxy S5, the next big thing is here. Well, this afternoon's pitcher comparison brought to you by Bank of America. James Shields goes 6, Matt Shoemaker 5, and neither will factor in the decision this afternoon. A 4-4 ball game as Kelvin Herrera takes over on the mound for Kansas City in the last of the 7th. First pitch to Mike Trout. An infield pop for Siriaco and a big out for Herrera.
And Herrera not messing around. He's going to get the ball and come right at you. Again, we talk about, you always think about getting the starter out so you can get to that bullpen, but you got to be careful what you wish for.
Well, in an ideal world, this would be the last pass the Royals pitching staff would have to make at guys like Trout and Pujols as we're in the bottom of the 7th here. Pujols today 2 for 3, has singled and doubled. A 99-mile-an-hour fastball by a guy whose average fastball velocity is the 2nd highest among all major league relievers. Only Aroldis Chapman of the Reds brings it harder. And a breaking ball that time sent for a strike.
99-mile-an-hour fastball, and you come with an 81-mile-an-hour breaking ball on the corner. By the way, you're not 6'6" either here on the mound. Herrera 5'10", about 200 pounds.
There was the fastball, and it's hit in the air out to right for Aoki. 2 quick outs in the 7th. On this Memorial Day weekend, Fox Sports Supports is especially proud to recognize the Army's Gold Star Pin Campaign, which honors the families of fallen service members. To learn more, visit goldstarpins.org. Here's David Freese now with 2 away. You know, the best explanation that I think anybody could make as to nobody ever being able to hit in 56 straight games ever again, like Joe DiMaggio did to make the all-time record, is that with the specialized pitching of today's game and with the velocities seemingly getting harder as every inning flips the page, you know, you go to the bullpen for the next guy and he's throwing harder than the guy you faced before, and you're tired as a hitter. I don't see how anybody could ever put together the kind of offensive success to have that kind of a consistent hitting streak.
Oh, and remember what you're comparing that to.
Whacked into right. Base hit for Freese.
What you're comparing that to is a time when starters, you'd get 4 or 5 at-bats off the same pitcher the entire game. They would wear down, and there wasn't really there wasn't an emphasis on the bullpen. Also talking about defensively nowadays, you know, with all the metrics, the shifts, and just basically the equipment, the gloves, there's so many things going against you. And I agree with you, Matty. That streak, 56 games, consecutive games, not happening.
We've paid attention to hit speed today with these home run speeds. That base hit, that single, came off David Freese's bat at 101 miles an hour.
The scary thing is it was probably coming in at 99. I mean, heck, it might have been coming in at 103. I mean, these guys in the Royals bullpen, you know, Holland too, and geez.
That's interesting. After the first pitch to Raul Ibanez, Danny Valencia moved to the second base spot. There's a fly ball to the opposite field. Well, either the infield got the word late that they wanted to shift, or they wanted to do it on an 0-1 count. Regardless, it's still 4-4. 8th after a rather strange looking visual in the bottom half of the 7th involving his moving on an 0-1 count. We'll show it to you in just a moment. A 4-4 ball game. Valencia, Escobar, and Siriaco. Joe Smith stays out there, and Valencia quickly grounds to shortstop for Ibar. Let's take you back to the end of the previous half inning.
You see Valencia sprinting across the field, positioning himself on the right side of second base. Now, the first pitch, he was standing over there at third. My guess is that he just forgot where he was supposed to be. I don't think that was a count where, okay, we're 0-1 or 1-0, that we're going to shift it appropriately. I think that was just a, hey, okay, forgot.
Here's Alcides Escobar now. There's more than one way to skin a cat or to shift an infield defense. And we spent some time talking with Ned Yost and Mike Scioscia today about a growing league-wide trend. On that instance, they apparently, the Royals, wanted Valencia to the first base side of second. And it was Alcides Escobar who stayed put. But take a look at the pace the league is on as a whole. On a pace for 13,000 plus shifts. A steadily growing total that has doubled each of the last 3 years. This year, it's on a pace to triple from the previous season.
Well, it almost seems like a few teams are doing it, so then more teams are going to do it because they don't want to feel like they're left out or they're not up to date with everything. But again, it solves some issues, but it creates a whole host of issues as well. We talked to Mike Scioscia just about cutoffs and relays and who covers bases in certain situations. You know, a lot of times third base is left on man. He was talking about how they had to go over plays in spring training, and still things aren't completely solved.
Well, it was one thing a few years ago to watch, say, a Rays Red Sox game and see Joe Madden, who was out in front of a lot of this, overloading the right side of his infield for David Ortiz. Okay, I get that. But it's really taken off from there. And you've got rookie pitchers in many cases. There was a game 2 weeks ago, a Mets-Yankees game, two right-handed pitchers making their major league debuts. And the Yankees are shifting behind their rookie as though he was a seasoned veteran who knew exactly what was happening behind him and had the ability to put the ball anywhere he wanted. Little pop for Calhoun, and out number 2. Of course, the whole idea of overloading the infield isn't new. The Williams shift, something the defense has tried to do to neutralize who was the game's best hitter of his day. And in the 1947 World Series, the Cardinals tried it, and it worked to varying degrees of success. Of course, Ted Williams was indignant over being defended that way, as many of today's hitters, Eric, refuse to yield to it as well.
Well, you'll get very few that'll drop down a bunt. You know, especially those big lefties that the defense will overshift. They'll play what they call the triangle over on the right side of the field with the second baseman playing almost like a rover like in right field. I did watch Anthony Rizzo, though, the solid first baseman for the Chicago Cubs, drop down a bunt. He beat the shift. Again, if you don't want teams playing a shift against you, that's what you're going to eventually have to do.
A big swing and a miss by Pedro Siriaco to fall behind 1-2. Wrapped out to shortstop. Ibar's been busy tonight. A very athletic play. Bang, bang stop. Gets Siriaco at the bag. Well, even the best hitter in baseball history for most of us wasn't against trying to bunt to beat the shift. Still a 4-4 ball game in Anaheim. Chevrolet, find new roads. And by the makers of One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of Major League Baseball. Almost identical line scores, 4 runs on 10 hits for both sides. The Angels guilty of a couple early defensive miscues. Last of the 8th, Ibar, Calhoun, and Conger for Los Angeles. Eric Ibar's 2-run home run in the 4th started the scoring for the Halos. They got 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Hey, we were talking about the overshift last half inning, and the players who have seen it the most listed on your screen. David Ortiz has seen it for a number of years now. But for guys like Brian McCann in particular, it has really proven difficult. Eric Ibar again off the wall. And the potential go-ahead run wheels into second on a hot night at home.
Ibar showing some power in the inner half of the plate. Herrera not able to get it by Ibar. Shoots it off the wall. Aoki makes a good strong throw, but not going to get the speedy Ibar.
Note to self, down and into Eric Ibar batting left-handed is a bad idea.
I hear you. Well, it'll be interesting to see what Mike Scioscia employs here. Does he ask Cole Calhoun to bunt? Does he trust him to pull the ball, get the runner over?
Here comes Ned Yost. And he's going to make a move for the left-handed hitting Calhoun. Before he makes that pitching change official, we've buttoned up our conversation on the infield shift, and I want to clean up my 1 year off of Ted Williams in the World Series against St. Louis. I think I misspoke and said 1947. It was 46. I was only 7 that year, though, so I don't really have a good grip on it. Pitching change. We'll be right back.
And when a reliever comes in nowadays, what do? You go see the hitting coach, Dave Hansen, over there, and he's got all the charts. What's this guy throw? Cole Calhoun showing a little respect there. Conger saying, hey, I need to find out a little something too. But there's so much information. What does this guy like to throw? What are his pitches? What will he throw in a certain count? What does he throw at guys in scoring position? I'll tell you, this guy Wade Davis will come right at you. Left-handers are hitting 171 against him. Right-handers 111. Not faring much better. 20 innings pitched, allowed 10 hits. And let me tell you about the strikeouts, Matty.
I'd like to hear about it.
20 innings pitched, he has got 38 strikeouts this year. Is that good? Is that good? What does that project to? What's he on pace for?
Pretty good year.
That is.
Yeah, Wade Davis has found a nice little niche working out of the Kansas City bullpen after some years and experience as a starter for Joe Maddon's Tampa Bay Rays. It will be Cole Calhoun against the right-handed reliever. The go-ahead run in scoring position with nobody out in the 8th. Calhoun hitless tonight. All 3 of his plate appearances against the other ex-Ray, James Shields. There's a drive into center. Kane drifting to his right to make the catch. Ibar's got good wheels, and he'll be able to tag up on that ball. The go-ahead run 90 feet away.
So again, not to believe it here, but UBR. Remember that little abbreviated thing we were talking about? Ultimate base running. And that's something that, again, the Angels tagging, going from second to third. Not that that was anything that other teams wouldn't do, but it's what they do well. Right now, again, with all the hits and all those sort of things, the Pujols going second to third earlier, a big run. Maybe this here, Ibar second to third.
Kansas City brings the infield in now with the go-ahead run at third and 1 away. Hank Conger's had a good game. A pair of doubles and a base on balls. He has been terrific in his handful of opportunities with runners in scoring position. He's 7 for 16 this year.
And as a hitter right now in this situation, you're looking for something up in the zone. You're not trying to get greedy. Sometimes with a man on third, less than 2 outs, the infield in, you're thinking, oh, that's a sure thing. I'm going to get a base hit. You get a bit too aggressive. Again, you stay disciplined. You're thinking opposite field, let the ball travel, get it up.
The 2-0 home. 97-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Davis can only afford to be so careful with the switch hitter Hank Conger. Yes, you have a right-handed hitter, Colin Cowgill, next. And then you flip the lineup card, and you got to deal with Kendrick, Trout, Pujols, and all the all-star caliber talent. Good fastball, one that just missed. It's 3 balls and a strike.
Oh, and this is where you become selective. I'm Conger right now. I'm looking for something up, out, over the plate. I'm looking to left center to drive something. Let the ball travel.
Runner at third with 1 gone. The 3-1 home is fouled back. It'll be a full count now to Hank Conger.
You see, he goes with a breaking ball in that situation. He left it up. On Davis right here, I go with a breaking ball down in the zone. Hope Conger is aggressive, anxious, but wants to be the hero, goes out of the zone.
Davis's full count pitch. A swing and a fly ball out to shallow right. Aoki makes the catch, and Ibar's not going to try it. And one can hardly blame him. That ball simply wasn't deep enough to get the run in. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit MLB.com for details. Easy for me to say. Well, the Royals have had their frustrations today. with runners in scoring position and nobody out. Colin Cowgill will try to prevent that kind of scenario from frustrating the Angels here in the 8th. Late on a fastball. Eric Ibar doubled to start the 8th inning. Then the pitching change. Wade Davis came on, got Calhoun to fly out, Conger to fly out.
Well, you see right there, Matty, the teams combined 3 for 20 today with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, the Angels' only hit there was Ibar's home run. 1-1 to Colin Cowgill.
Remember, the Angels scored a run earlier today. Albert Pujols coming in from third on a wild pitch. Angels could use that right now.
A ball and 2 strikes. Wade Davis ain't trying to trick anybody out there tonight. He's throwing hard and nothing but fastballs. The 1-2, and Cowgill's just trying to hang around.
Well, he's just trying to make some contact and take his chances, hope he can find a hole somewhere. You look at the outfield playing awfully shallow. This is with 2 outs. You see how shallow they are because they know Cowgill, he's just trying to make contact.
Go ahead run at third with 2 gone and the 1-2 home. A breaking ball got him looking. Had him set up after so many fastballs. Wade Davis doing a masterful job to strand a runner in scoring position with nobody out. Still tied at 4. Royals had an early 3-0 lead, but that went away with an Ibar home run, a Trout home run, and then a wild pitch. Eric Hosmer's had a nice day for the visitors, tied at 4 as we head to the 9th. Next Saturday, another MLB doubleheader beginning with the Braves taking on the Marlins on Fox Sports 1. Then Baseball Night in America on Fox, Rays and Red Sox, or you'll see Andrew McCutchen and the Pirates take on Yasiel Puig and the Dodgers. Our doubleheader coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1, continuing at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on Fox. Ernesto Frieri, the new pitcher for the Angels, the fourth reliever used this afternoon.
Well, you see, those aren't glaring numbers. The 0-3, not something I should say glowing. But he's been good as of late. In his last 7 outings, he's only given up 2 hits, 1 run. Reclaimed that effectiveness.
0-2 the count to Nori Aoki. Frieri works out of the stretch with the bases empty. It's 1-2. Hey, speaking of the Marlins and the Red Sox and next week's MLB on Fox doubleheader coverage, the Red Sox lost to the Rays today in extra innings. 15-inning loss. Ugh. That's their 9th straight loss. The most consecutive losses by a defending champ since the '98 Marlins. And Aoki bunting with 2 strikes, foul, 1 away in the 9th.
Yeah, Boston have a ton of struggles right now. They just signed Steven Drew. He's down in the minor leagues, getting ready to reacquaint himself with his former teammates, the shortstop. But you know, everything went right for Boston last year. You know, remember the year before they had struggled mightily. They were one of the worst teams in the game. And
yeah.
I think it was just going to carry over into this year.
Eric Hosmer 3 for 4 tonight. And as we talked about earlier, it's just too early to say anybody's out in the AL East. 3 weeks ago, folks had written off the Jays, and they're in first place tonight. I mean, it's just going to flip-flop like that, I think, much of the season. Big swing and a miss at a fastball, a 95-mile-an-hour heater, and it's 0-2. Neither the Royals nor the Angels have had a lot of success in 1-run games. The Royals in particular, they're just 4-11 in the close ones. Frieri tries to get Hosmer to chase, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Sound like a broken record here, but back to one of your points earlier, EK, this is where you bemoan the lack of a home run threat. Wow, no swing on the appeal down to Andy Fletcher.
You know, it's like you said, though, Matty. The Royals have to get 3 or 4 hits in a row as we take a side look at Hosmer, and that's a swing right there.
Yeah,
that's a swing unless I'm up at the plate doing that. Then it's a definite check.
Even Ned's smirking about that one. So Hosmer catches a break. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a full count now, 3-2.
Back to your point, man, where the Royals have to get three hits to score a run, and you're talking about doing it against these guys at 96, 97 with a nasty breaking ball. You know, you'd like to be able to send a guy up there and let him run into one, get one out.
And you just have to feel like if you're Ned Yost, you're tempting fate going to the bottom of the 9th inning tied, should they not be able to score here, because it's Kendrick, Trout, and Pujols for the Angels.
And just the guys you want to face, right?
Man.
Well, you see by the Fox tracks, they're going right after him. Frieri's just saying, here you go. You can hit it. Tip my cap.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Eric Hosmer. 1 away, bases empty, a 4-4 tie in the top of the 9th. Here's the payoff home. Got it swinging.
Well, it seemed like the harder Frieri was throwing, the harder Hosmer was swinging. So he loses the bat right there. I always felt like the harder a guy was throwing, the less I tried to do. Randy Johnson was a guy who just tried to get the barrel on there. That's what Billy Butler's going to try here.
Butler has an RBI tonight, and then he drops the little 85-mile-an-hour slider in there.
You're going to tell me that hitting is not the toughest thing to do in all of sports? Jeez.
0-1 to Butler. Another good breaking ball that time, and it's 0-2.
So you're just throwing 95, 96-mile-an-hour fastballs every time, going, here, go get it, Eric Hosmer. Butler's watching that on deck, and you get 2 sliders right out of the chute.
Conger sets the low target, the 0-2. They triple up on the breaking ball, and it's a ball and 2 strikes now. That 96 has to be in Billy Butler's coconut somewhere. I don't care how many straight breaking balls you see.
Here it comes.
The 1-2. Back to the hard one. In the air and to left. Cowgill in the corner. That ball's got some carry to it, but the inning is over. Frieri retires to side 1-2-3. Mike Trout bats second. The Angels with a chance to win it walk-off style. Bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store or visit MLB.com today. 4-4 last of the ninth. Wade Davis, who was so impressive stranding a runner in scoring position with nobody out in the eighth, will continue in the ninth. His first pitch to Howie Kendrick misses the corner, 1-0. Kendrick 1 for 3 with a base on balls tonight, and he's got numbers almost as good against Davis as he did against the other ex-Ray, James Shields, who started the ball game. Fly ball out to shallow right. Aoki got a late break. 1 away. For all that Mike Trout's accomplished in his young career, it wasn't until May 15th of this season that he hit his first ever walk-off home run. a chance for the same kind of honors tonight. Trout has homered tonight. Number 10 came in the 5th inning. He takes strike 1 from Davis.
Now this is a situation where you'd never want to see Mike Trout drop one down. I don't care where Valencia is playing at third. For an extra base hit or something over the fence.
One and one. And Trout wants to think about it a little. Not much in the way of career matchups between these two. Trout 2 for 5 lifetime against the Royals right-hander. The 1-1 pitch. 2 balls and a strike.
Now you can see the pattern right now. Davis staying away. Don't want to give anything over the middle of the plate or the inner half.
One out, bases empty. Albert Pujols next. 2-1, swung on it, missed it 97 miles an hour.
I mean, just a fastball right down the middle part of the plate.
The 2-2. A called strike 3. 2 away in the last of the ninth.
Well, I'm not sure Mike Trout liked that pitch down and away. See him yell, no.
So with 2 gone, it's going to be up to the 3-time MVP Albert Pujols. It is he who lies between Wade Davis and extra innings in Anaheim. The Royals re-employ the shift for Pujols as they have all series long, loading up the left side of the infield. Albert grounds into it. Escobar has it, and we're going to the 10th in Southern California. First of 8 weeks of baseball night in America. Mike Trout hitting a home run in the 5th. A big night so far for Eric Hosmer. Eric Ibar hitting a 2-run home run. All part of a 4-4 push as extra innings are needed tonight in Anaheim. Back with Eric Karros, Matt Vasgersian, 4-4. Ernesto Frieri continues. Alex Gordon the first to face him here in the 10th. On a night like tonight, it's almost easy to forget about the starters. Matt Shoemaker of the Angels going 5. James Shields for Kansas City pitching through 6. Just a series of hard throwers out of both bullpens tonight.
Yeah, as a hitter, not getting any type of break at all. There's no finesse, no nothing. Just arms coming out of the pen, fresh, 96, 97. You know, this is where, as a hitter, you don't want to get caught up in the I'm going to end it in one swing.
Two balls and a strike to count to Alex Gordon, who has a single and a base on balls on his line tonight. Popped him up. Conger hoping for a play. They got a man there, as Hawk Harrelson might say. There's one away.
Conger does a nice job of watching it into his glove. A lot of times, again, that you want to go get underneath the ball, but it has a tendency to go back towards the field. The catcher, especially those younger guys, get their feet moving all over the place. Those balls have backspin on them.
So now Sal Perez, he's reached on an error and singled today. Today becoming tonight. We mentioned James Shields earlier striking out 4. Matt Shoemaker for his part this evening with 6 strikeouts. There's a breaking ball lifted in the air into shallow right. Calhoun on a dead sprint gets there for round number 2. We'll get to that strikeout conversation in a moment. First, the Burger King play of the day. And part of the reason we're still here in extra innings, Mike Trout making a brilliant catch with runners on after a tough defensive start to the night. Trout redeeming himself and then some in the middle innings. So 2 out, bases empty now. And here's Lorenzo Cain, who is 2 for 4 today. Bring up the strikeout total for James Shields. So we were talking about how with specialized pitching it'd be almost impossible to see anybody breaking Joe DiMaggio's record for consecutive games with a hit. For me, the most unbreakable records in baseball are on the pitching side. Consider that James Shields is 20th among active pitchers in career strikeouts. There's a knock for Cain with 2 gone. The active strikeout leader in baseball is CC Sabathia, who, as we know, is on the shelf, and he's got just over 2,400. And it took him 14 years to get that. Nolan Ryan's all-time record of 5,700 plus strikeouts couldn't be any safer. Can you see anybody making a run at that with elbow injuries and specialized pitching? It's a different game now.
You know, I think also there's guys don't need to play as long. I mean, the economics of the game completely changed. And I think now I mean, sure, would you like to get 20 years in? I don't know if it's a necessity anymore. You see a lot of guys playing. They play those 7, 8, 9, 10 years, and they take it onto the house.
Yeah.
And besides being healthy, you've got to have some longevity if you're going to do anything like Nolan Ryan.
Danny Valencia with the runner aboard, 2 gone. 4-4 top half of the 10th. Even wins on the pitching side. The active wins leader is Tim Hudson with 209. We were pretty spoiled the last 15 years as baseball fans because there always seemed to be somebody who was knocking at the door for 300. Whether it was, say, a Mike Messina who ended his career just shy of that number, or Tom Glavine who ended up getting there. Even Jamie Moyer, who had amassed a big win total. Tim Hudson is 91 wins away from 300. I don't know that the 300 win club is going to open its doors anytime soon.
Again, and I'll get back to it. I think economics have changed the approach. Guys' desire to play for a long period. Games changed a lot as well. You've got pitch counts. You're not allowing guys to stay out there long times.
They'll check in with Kane. I think Jared Weaver would be a good example of that. I mean, here is the longest tenured member of the Angels staff. 118 career wins for Jared. He's 31 years old. He's been a regular in the rotation since 2006. Now, this could all lead to the different discussion of, do wins really even matter when you're measuring out starting pitchers? Valencia went around. No appeal needed. Home plate umpire did that one himself. A runner left stranded in the 10th. The Angels with another chance to win it walk-off style after a word from your local Fox station.
Albert Pujols. You see the accolade, the hitting, almost off the wall. Oh, it is off the wall. It drops. It's a replay. I'm on second base. But this is what makes him a great player. Reads the ball, waits for the throw to first base. He hustles over to third. Now he is on third base with less than 2 outs. Ball gets by the catcher. What's he do? He scores. Those things don't go in the stat sheet as far as home runs, hits, but the way he plays the game is cerebral as any player.
Another Kansas City pitching change as we get into the last of the 10th. And the guy who is Ned Yost's only left-handed bullet out of the bullpen, Tim Collins. He'll get Freese, Ibanez, and Ibar. Changeup starts David Freese with a strike. Collins, another hard thrower. Different in stature, certainly, from guys like Herrera and Wade Davis in particular, who is a big, tall, strapping young lad. But Collins can rush it up there with the best of them. Last pitched on Tuesday, a scoreless inning against the White Sox. There's his fastball at 93, and it's 2-1. A welcome to those of you who may have just got through watching the LA Kings beat the Chicago Blackhawks to take a 2-1 games lead in the Western Conference Final of the NHL's Stanley Cup playoffs. There's a strike to David Freese. Here in Anaheim, we've been plugging along. The Royals took a 3-0 lead early. Angels came back to take a 4-3 advantage at the end of 5, and then a lone run for Kansas City in the 7th has put both teams in this extra innings predicament tonight. Still 2-2.
Again, this is where, as a hitter, you've got to stay disciplined. You've got to stay in a situation where you're not trying to end the game in one swing. You got 2 outs, nobody on, and you're up at the plate, then I get it. But here, Freese just trying to get on base, get himself in a position to score.
The 2-2. A shot into the corner. That will drop for a base hit. David Freese almost literally just throwing his hands at the ball there. The winning run on base with nobody out.
Well, this pitch away and not trying to pull it. Gets the barrel on it. You see, not even real rotation of the hips. Uses the hands. It's that ball. He's down to first base.
So the Angels will go to the bench now. And they'll pinch hit for Raul Ibanez. It'll be the veteran John McDonald. All right, let's play a little strategy here. Danny Valencia is going to come in at third base. McDonald handles the bat as well as anybody in the big leagues. Is he out there specifically to sacrifice that runner over?
He's got to sacrifice. I'm almost trying to push a bunt to the second baseman. And if I can push it past Hosmer, you've got the left-handed pitcher Collins falling off towards third base. I mean, it's getting a bit greedy, but Freese doesn't run all that well. And with the corners pounding in for the Royals, you know, they have an opportunity to get a play at second base.
You know, this is the kind of complementary roster player that Mike Scioscia talks about when he talks about having guys that can do the whole thing. John McDonald has 52 career sack bunts in his career. He is without one so far this season. Hasn't had a lot of playing time. But when you're building a championship roster, a guy like John McDonald could be a crucial part. He takes a strike. 2-1.
Soch could get gutsy right here. Put on some sort of hit and run. Expect a strike here. Fastball.
And McDonald takes strike 2. Is he keeping it on?
Got to take it off. And he's just had 2 strikes to attempt the bunt.
Just so happens that Tim Collins put those last 2 strikes in the perfect spot. He shows bunt again and gets it down. John McDonald with 2 strikes delivers the sacrifice bunt, the winning runs in scoring position.
Yeah, they can breathe a lot easier coming back to the dugout right now. Great job of getting that 2-strike bunt down. He's trying to put all kinds of pressure on himself by getting the count to 2 strikes. Mike Socha keeps the bunt on. You see, just catches the ball with his barrel. Doesn't poke at it. That's a great job. It really is.
So now Eric Ibar. A double and a 2-run home run tonight. Batting right-handed for the first time this evening and taking strike 1.
Remember, Freese doesn't run all that well. He's out at second base. Outfield playing relatively shallow.
That one misses low. It's 2 balls and a strike. After Ibar, it's a left-handed hitting Cole Calhoun. So given this part of the order, you can understand why Ned Yost saved his left-hander for this bottom of the 10th. Collins' next pitch is passed at and missed, and it's 2-2. Ibar fooled badly that time.
This young man. Come on, I can't even watch.
Guy's got a great career ahead of him as a sports TV executive. Perez and Collins taking considerable time. Now they have what they like, and the 2-2 pitch is punched back to the pitcher. Collins has Freeze. Valencia applies the tag, and there are 2 away with a runner at first.
Well, we haven't seen base running mistakes by the Angels, but that'll go as 1 right there. Freeze got nowhere to go in that situation. He's just off and running.
Well, a taller order now with the winning run at first and 2 gone. And a tough lefty-lefty matchup for Cole Calhoun. But you could say that the Angels certainly have had more opportunities in this one. The opportunities Kansas City had their lead earlier, ones that Ned Yost regrets, but the Angels have had recent opportunities here. Leadoff double in the 8th, turned away. Leadoff single here in the 10th, and it's turned into a runner at first with 2 gone now. And Calhoun behind 0-2.
Well, only 3 hits combined tonight, both teams with runners in scoring position. Well over 20 at-bats now.
Calhoun strikes out. Collins gets him on 3 pitches and authors a scoreless bottom of the 10th to the 11th, still tied at 4. America with Eric Karros, Matt Vasgersian, a 4-4 tie as we head to the 11th in the game summary tonight. Mike Trout 1 for 5 with a solo dinger. Albert Pujols has contributed, as has Eric Hosmer. The deeper you go into these games, though, EK, we were talking about big offensive lines. I mean, Hosmer was 3 for his first 4. He could end up 3 for 8 tonight.
Don't say that, Matty.
Well, here we go for the 11th. And Alcides Escobar will lead things off, followed by Pedro Siriaco and Nori Aoki. And the 5th reliever of the ballgame for the Angels is the right-hander Fernando Salas. A high fly ball into center.
And I was just thinking that's the type of guy right there, Escobar. You work the at-bat, you get down to first, you steal second, you steal third. Instead, I'm going to try and go deep. I'm telling you, that's what happens in these extra inning games. You just start going up there and it starts to become hero ball.
Here's Siriaco now with an additional opportunity to get into the hit column tonight. 0 for his first 4. Well, an opportunity for Fernando Salas here to work a clean inning, because when coming in adversity with runners on, he has not been as effective. He's inherited 6 runners this year. All 6 of them have come around to score. Into right center field, another chance for Trout. 3 pitches and 2 outs for Fernando Salas. As we remind you, tomorrow it's the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte. Coverage beginning with NASCAR race day at 4:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1, and live race coverage beginning at 5:30 Eastern on Fox. All part of 10 Days of Thunder, only on Fox and Fox Sports 1, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Back to the top of the order now, Nori Aoki. Aoki has a hit and a run scored tonight. After a 3-for-4 series opener yesterday, takes a fastball for a strike. In the last of the 11th, the Angels will have the 8, 9, then top of the order guys: Conger, Cowgill, and Kendrick. Really late on a breaking ball that time. 0-2.
Aoki has struck out his last 3 at-bats. Not in a real good spot right here.
I know for you, a guy who spent almost your entire career in the National League.
Don't forget those swinging A's, Matty.
I know you enjoyed your time in the green and gold. And I shouldn't even put words in your mouth. I was just going to guess that you would agree with me in that extra innings games in the National League get more interesting because of the way you have to manage a bench. You know, here in an American League game, you could have a bench guy that still can't find a way to get into the ball game in extra innings.
Well, in the National League, you got to hold guys back. You got pitching situations. You got, let your pitcher hit. You know, this is when you start sending guys, starters, down to the bullpen. Go put your spikes on. This is what you do in the American League. Just with Ned Yost. You sit there, you put your hand on your cheek, and you just watch.
Yeah. So situations in the National League earlier this week where Drew Butera of the Dodgers and Lyle Overbay of the Brewers had to pitch. Well, another chance for the Angels for some late dramatics. We go to the bottom of the 11th, still tied at 4. Have a pitching change. Brent Green will bat, and a new fresh arm coming in from the Royals bullpen. We'll be right back. tonight when we're in the bottom half of the 11th. And Ned Yost putting on his prevent defense stylings here. He'll tap the former All-Star right-hander Aaron Crow to face the pinch hitter Grant Green.
See, 7 walks, 11 strikeouts. Former University of Missouri star.
So it is Green that leads things off. Pinch hitting in the 8th spot in what was Hank Conger's spot, the lineup. Grant Green has given the Angels a pleasant burst of energy since coming up from AAA Salt Lake. Recalled on May 2nd and has hit safely in 10 of his 12 games. He had been scorching through the PCL at the time of that recall. A couple of home runs, 28 RBIs in 26 games, along with a .350 batting average. And would love to get those guys another opportunity. Went chasing, swung and missed, and it's 1-2.
So again, the conundrum is a hitter, you're trying to jack one out. The pitcher, he's going to stay away from you. I mean, that's the thing. You just got to eliminate the ego as a hitter. The pitcher's not going to throw you inside. He's not going to throw you something that you can turn on. Let's go away.
Crow's next offering, little tapper to the left side of the infield. Valencia trying to barehand it, tricky play, and Green's aboard safely on the infield single.
Well, Valencia, do or die, tries to barehand the ball. Unable to do it. Green hustling down to first base. So we get back to that situation we saw last inning. Will Sosha bunt him over. You see this pitch away. Look at this, right off the end. You see the whole bat reverberate, almost bend.
Colin Cowgill now. And again, furthering that same situation story that you bring up. Leadoff knock. That's what happened when Freese singled in the bottom of the 10th. John McDonald as a pinch hitter bunted him over, but that's where it stalled. So Cowgill trying to replicate what McDonald did after Green's leadoff single.
Well, I like Green on the bases a little more than I do Freese. You know, Freese ended up trying to go to third on a ball hit back to the pitcher.
All right, it's 0-2 now to Colin Cowgill, who is not the prolific bat handler that John McDonald is. They kept the bunt play on 2 strikes for McDonald. What do you do here?
Well, I'm going to see if I can be wrong for the 3rd time tonight. I was wrong on the replay and left. I didn't like the bunt with 2 strikes last time.
Stay hot.
I'm going to go with I don't like the bunt here. I wouldn't bunt him. I'd swing.
Cowgill does swing away and fouls it back.
Ooh, 1 for 3. Yeah.
See, you put that average right back to 333. Aaron Crow appearing in back-to-back games to start the series, by the way. Pitched around a leadoff walk last night, but had allowed 3-run home runs in consecutive appearances before yesterday's scoreless inning. Cowgill just able to check his swing, and it's 1-2.
Again, as a hitter, you crowd the plate, you look for something away, and you go to right field. And you go back to that base hit David Freese had earlier in the game, I should say earlier in that 9th. He went to right field.
Crow's 1-2. Cowgill swings and sends a can of corn fly ball to left. as you kind of peer into your scorecard a little bit, if Howie Kendrick can avoid hitting into a double play here, at least Mike Scioscia will get Mike Trout to the plate.
See, this will be an interesting at-bat because Howie Kendrick likes to go the other way. That's his strength, right center field. See if they go away.
Double play, ground ball. Mike Trout will not get to the plate in the last of the 11th. Still tied at 4. Done scoring after a run in the 7th with Eric Karros, Matt Vasgersian. Game 2 of this holiday weekend series, and apparently the Angels and Royals have no plans to enjoy any backyard barbecues tonight, as both teams have had plenty of opportunities to end this thing. It just hasn't happened so far.
No, they really have. But we've seen a lot. We've seen some great defense. We've seen some base running, some home runs. We've seen a lot here. I'm not sure how much more we're going to see, though. I mean, it's the guys are just, they're up there, they're swinging for the fence right now.
Eric Hosmer leads things off. Hosmer, Butler, and Gordon, the 2-3-4 batters, as Fernando Salas continues. Salas, the 5th Angel reliever used tonight. Ned Yost and the Royals have spent 4 bullpen arms. A ball and a strike to Eric Hosmer.
Now you look at Hosmer, only 1 home run this year, but this guy has as much power as anybody in this ballpark. Make a mistake to him, you'll pay.
Chris Iannetta has taken over at catcher after Hank Conger was pinch hit for last half inning. And Hosmer bounces into second. Ibar's there. He was shaded in the right spot. And there's 1 away. Well, the Angels and Royals used to share a division, and back in the day, one of their more memorable meetings came right here in this ballpark in 1992. September 30th, that was the night that George Brett, on a 4-hit performance, joined the 3,000-hit club. A big night in Anaheim. His teammates came out and congratulated him, and George may have gotten lost in the moment as he was picked off by Angel lefty Tim Fortugno about 3 minutes later.
Great hitter from El Segundo.
You know, that night in '92, and George Brett's late brother Ken, who was a radio announcer here for the Angels for many years and such a terrific guy, was kind enough to invite a couple of young broadcasters into the Angels radio booth to watch the game. Me being among them, and I stumbled into an amazing seat for an amazing night, and the chills that went up your spine when you watch a guy get his 3,000th hit and then look up at his brother in the press box and acknowledge him.
Yep.
Really a special moment. Butler with a drive to left. Cowgill drifts over to make the catch, and there are 2 gone. And George, of course, still very much around in the Royals family as a special advisor to Dayton Moore. Came back and put the uniform back on last year as hitting coach for almost the entire season. 2 away now for Alex Gordon. That was never meant to be a permanent act for George, and he made that clear when he came back to the field. A ball and no strikes to Gordon. Mike Trout will lead things off as we go to the bottom of the 12th. Fernando Salas hoping to get the Angels there, still tied 2-0.
Well, this is where you may cheat a little bit if you're Alex Gordon. You're going to 2-0 count. Maybe crowd the plate. Try and pull something to right center, right field. Salas not having any of it. 3-0, same thing. He has the ability to hit a ball out of the park. This is what you got to look for.
A called strike to make it 3 balls and a strike to Gordon. Bottom of the 12th, again Trout, Pujols, and Freeze. Gordon rifles a base hit into right. A hit for him in the first, and he has bookended it with a hit here in the 12th. So now Salvador Perez with the runner aboard and 2 away. You know, we talk about George Brett, and as I watch Alex Gordon, you remember when Alex Gordon came up, and there were a lot of people in the organization that were talking about George Brett, Alex Gordon. Boy, he's that kind of guy. He's that kind of talent. He's got that kind of ability. Perhaps true, but what a horribly unfair thing to put on a young kid trying to establish his major league credentials.
Well, I think we in the media do that a lot. We want to liken somebody or anoint somebody as the next so-and-so. And that's without them really having an opportunity to create their own identity. And he came up as a third baseman and has worked himself into a fine left fielder. And I said, well, arguably one of the best left fielders in the game in the last 4 or 5 years, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, quite a conversion he's made. Salvador Perez bats with the aforementioned off of first. Hey, that base hit by Gordon, by the way, the hardest hit ball of the night in terms of velocity. Bang, 105 miles an hour back at you.
So do you want the 105 or do you want the 103 that goes over the fence?
I don't know. I'll take the 56 that bloops in for a double. If that kind of technology was available in the 80s, it would have been so much fun. And I do recall a sarcastic lad with a radar gun sitting behind the plate when Frank Tanana, the ex-Angel, when he had kind of devolved into kind of a junk man, pitching as a tiger, and Mike Heath catching him, and Frank Tanana rushing it up there at 82, 80 miles an hour, and Mike Heath sending it back his way on the throw from catcher at like 96.
Well, it's just like you were talking about Drew Butera getting out there the other night for the Dodgers, the catcher out on the mound. He's hitting 94, 95.
Yeah. Perez lines out into left. Gordon gets around the base as well. He'll get into third easily. Runners at first and third with 2 away. And here we are once again, EK, in a situation where the Royals need to string together 3 hits in an inning to score a run.
Well, you called it here. Here Perez, boom, elbow tucked, finished the extension. Cowgill does a nice job of keeping the ball in front of him. They were playing deep anyhow.
Well, it's going to be up to Lorenzo Cain to try to push across a go-ahead run and improve on that number. 2 for 6 with runners in scoring position and 2 out tonight. Gordon represents that go-ahead run at third. A pair of 2-out singles here in the visitors' 12th. Lorenzo Cain 3 for 5 tonight. And takes a fastball for a strike. $13 hits for both teams tonight. And one of the differences certainly lies in slugging percentage. All but one of Kansas City's hits tonight has been a single. That is symptomatic of some of the numbers that we've been talking about all night. Last in home runs, last in slugging. Cain behind 1 and 2.
Well, you've mentioned it a number of times. The Royals have to string together 3 hits, and that's difficult. Difficult at this level. You get guys coming in out of the pen that are fresh.
But made even more difficult when you're trying to run those together back to back to back style with 2 away.
2 outs, yeah.
Swing and a miss. Fernando Salas in and out of trouble in the 12th to keep it 4-4. That when you got Trout and Pujols and a chance to win it with one swing of the bat, you like your chances. But these, as we've learned tonight, are not ordinary circumstances, because that combination has been mitigated for the most part in the late stages tonight. They'll have another crack at it here in the last of the 12th. Trout, Pujols, and Freese against Aaron Crow. The Royals overload the left side of the infield. And it's 1-1 to Mike Trout.
Crow got away with one right there. It was a fastball about 90 miles an hour. Upper part of the plate. Right down the middle.
And that group of Angels just hoping for opportunity to rush the field here as Trout takes a strike to fall behind 1-2.
The last two pitches have been fastballs, a lot of movement. Coming back over the plate.
Two balls and two strikes.
Now you see what they're trying to do, and again, a lot of movement. Fastballs that are coming back over the plate.
A breaking ball that time fouled away. Crow, as we mentioned, the fourth Royals reliever used tonight. James Shields started and went 6 on what is becoming more and more like a different day. Chopper going to be a tough play for Valencia. He's got to hurry. He eats it, and the winning run is aboard to start the inning once again. This is the third straight opportunity to win a game walk-off style where the leadoff hitter has reached base.
Well, much like last inning, Green led off. Trout hustling down. Really no play. Valencia does the right thing by not throwing. But now that this changes the whole complexion of this at-bat. You know, you want to throw fastballs because you don't want Trout to get a good jump and run. And then you get down there and you say, should I run if I'm Mike Trout? I've got Pujols behind me.
Strike one to Pujols. Not a lot of head-to-head to speak of here either. Albert Pujols has seen Aaron Crow for a total of 4 at-bats and has an RBI single in said matchups.
Now you look at the shift. You see the second baseman playing right on second base. Shortstop over it. You see there he is right there. Got this whole side over here wide open. Outfield playing no doubles.
Yeah, Albert was able to beat the shift in the first by punching a base hit into right. He's got that same hole here. 1-1. You know, the infield overshift, as we've talked about it, it's such a big point in baseball this year. It's only as good as the guy on the mound will let it be. And when we discussed that with both managers today, they let us know, look, when we have our pitchers meetings, our starters have that authority, that right of refusal. And if they don't like the way we've suggested a hitter be shifted, they'll let us know. Albert didn't like that call.
Now you see this pitch down and away off the plate. I think Pujols has a legitimate gripe right there.
I like the Tommy Lasorda line on balls like that. Garvey couldn't get to that ball with an oar. A swing and a miss, and Pujols effectively had the bat taken out of his hands there. At least that's how he feels.
Now this pitch completely out of the zone, but it was the previous pitch that changed the whole complexion of the at-bat. as a hitter, you feel when you're walking back to the dugout like the umpire completely took the bat out of your hands.
Well, David Freese singled to start the last of the 11th, or the last of the 10th, that is, and he was left stranded. John McDonald sacrificed him to second. That's as far as he got. Trout bluffs off the bag at first. A ball and no strikes, the count to Freese. Well, the Angels would love to get Trout in scoring position here for sure. Their stolen base percentage this year as a team has been fantastic. Trout stays put. Freese takes a strike. The Angels are successful just over 82% of the time. And that's the third best percentage in the American League.
The Royals fully aware of it. Perez behind the plate, though, throws as well as any catcher in the game. They're well aware of Trout over there. I got to send him, though. He's got to go for me.
Yeah, the other side of it is then you're talking about the same kind of thing the Royals were faced with last half inning, trying to string together 3 straight hits to score a run.
Well, that's the thing. You steal a base, you're only looking at 2, right?
And it's a ball and 2 strikes to David Freese. Pinch hitter waits next. C.J. Cron has surfaced from the dugout. A legacy Angel.
Yep.
C.J.'s dad, Chris, had some time here. It was always stuck behind a guy named Wally Joyner. That was a tough one to crack. Breaking ball had him buckling, but missed. It's 2-2.
That breaking ball, the first breaking ball of the entire at bat. Again, throwing fastball because they're worried about Trout stealing.
And there he goes. Freese puts it in play. Escobar has just the one chance, and that's at first. So 2 out, winning run in scoring position. And it's going to be up to the rookie pinch hitter to try and save the day for the Halos.
Well, the 2 going over what they want to do with the young hitter here. Again, you want to play the youngster Cron, his aggressiveness, his anxiousness against him. She had a nice little start, had some success.
Well, it would be a nice finishing sentence to one of the discussions we had earlier, talking about how the unheralded younger players with the Angels have been so key to their run here. And a breaking ball starts Cron with a strike. That is, should C.J. Cron cash in with what could be a game-winning hit.
Well, RBI situation, look for something away, try and drive it to right center. Not going to throw you inside. They're not going to throw you fastballs down the middle.
A ball and a strike to C.J. Cron. Well, there are local boys, a phrase that the great Vince Scully likes to use just north of us. The local boy. And then there's a guy like C.J. Cron who was born in Fullerton. Almost born right here at the ballpark. A high drive to center field. Kane back, still drifting back and making the catch at the wall. Now Lorenzo Cain had all of us up on our feet. Another scoreless inning of relief by Aaron Crow. To the 13th. Still tied at 4. Available to Mike Scioscia tonight, and it almost worked out. A long fly ball to the wall that was just caught by Lorenzo Cain, and that takes us to a 13th inning. Get a load of some of the numbers here. The 12th pitcher of the ball game is Mike Morin. He's in the game now. We'll talk about him in a moment, but it has been a long night of baseball here in Anaheim.
And it hasn't been without base runners. Both teams have had a number of scoring opportunities, but just have not been able to get that big hit.
It is Mike Morin who appears out of the Angel bullpen, the 6th Los Angeles reliever in this one tonight. Bottom of the order, Valencia, Escobar, and Siriaco. Mike Morin is a Kansas City product. Born in Overland Park, Kansas. In fact, the Royals, sensing what they had in their own backyard, drafted him as a 40th rounder back in '09. Mike did not sign. Instead, went to the University of North Carolina and came out 3 years later as a 13th round choice by the Angels. Facing the home team, so to speak.
Well, a lot of moving parts from that windup. A lot of arms and legs, a big man. There's Mike.
There's the 3-0 home to Danny Valencia, taken for strike. Been a tough day for Danny Valencia so far. Sitting on an 0-for with a handful of strikeouts. Again, this turned into one of those nights where your batting average, your season average, can have a little swing to it. Full count now, 3-2 to Valencia after being ahead 3-0. Well, Mike Morin's big league career is off to a good start. 9 of his 10 outings have been of the scoreless variety. Major league debut came at the end of April.
Well, just another one of the youngsters that's been able to come up and contribute. Angels have won 11 of their last 14.
Full count to Danny Valencia. And a little different look now. We've been talking about all these hard throwers out of both bullpens. And Morin is the anti to that. It's much more of a control guy, a finesse right-hander, if you will, as we'll have a visit now from the Kansas City training staff.
Oh, they're checking the left wrist. Valencia looking like he's trying to talk him into staying. Ed's telling me, you're out.
Well, you can see him saying, I'm okay, I'm okay. This is going back a couple of pitches. And that's where he started wincing with that left wrist.
Now, you can't very well tell everybody that you're okay and then just rolling around the wrist and grabbing it.
Try to battle through it on 3-2 here, however, leading things off in the visitors' 13th. Much of the schedule on this Saturday is now complete. In terms of the AL West, Oakland was a loser again today. It's 3 straight losses by the A's. Texas knocked around the Tigers in Detroit this evening. Valencia into the gap in left center. Off the wall. Left wrist is in fact feeling okay.
For good measure, going to go in there head first. Yeah, he smoked that ball. Absolutely smoked it. Pitch down in the zone. He drops the head. He sees it. A few more feet. That thing's off the wall. Mike Trout does a great job. It's a great throw into second. See that? It's interesting that the head first slide now is literally a slide. It's like bend the knees and just put the hands right on the ground. Pete Rose, you remember him doing his head first. It was a dive. That was a little legitimate. Let's get some air for a couple feet, land, and then go into the base path. Go into the base. Never had any hand injuries.
Yeah, a hard one to figure. Danny Valencia's double at 102 miles an hour just for fun. And he's removed for a pinch runner here. Yeah, Nolan Arenado last night.
Down, yeah.
Head first slide. Josh Hamilton here. Gerard Dyson is the pinch runner. He represents the go-ahead strike. And Alcides Escobar the batter. So the Angels have had their leadoff hitter in 3 straight extra innings. This is the first time in extra frames that the Royals can claim that. And Valencia's double puts a runner at second with nobody out. Again, Dyson the pinch runner as Escobar squares around to bunt and takes a ball. Alcides Escobar is a specialist in terms of small ball. 3 sack bunts this season. See if he tries it again. He will. He gets it down. Not only does he get it down, but a run will score on the error. And the Royals have finally broken through in the 13th. It's 5-4 Kansas City.
Well, a tough throw as Kendrick is moving his way over towards first base from second. He's basically a moving target. Warren tries to hit him. He throws it in the inner part of the base paths. It gets away from Kendrick. And you watch Kendrick. He's hustling over there because Pujols charges. He's moving. Not quite set. Warren throws it to the other side of the bag.
That scored as a sacrifice and an error on Morin. So Escobar at second. That's the first run of the ball game since the Royals tied it in the top of the 7th.
Well, they've got to tack on another here. They don't want to go into that bottom of 13 with just a 1-run lead.
Escobar still sacrificing, rather Siriaco sacrificing here, and that one works as well. A runner at third with one gone.
Well, still, the Royals not getting a hit with runner in scoring position. They have a chance to put 2 runs on the board without, again, getting another hit with a runner in scoring position. It's, again, we've seen the home runs, but this is manufacturing runs at its best.
You know as well as I do, sometimes when it gets to this stage of an extra innings game, as the infield's in for Aoki and he bounces it past Kendrick. Another run scores, and there's your insurance strike. 6-4 Kansas City.
Well, Aoki just gets it by the diving Kendrick. Gives the Royals a 2-run cushion right now. Again, all emanating from that bad throw on the sacrifice by Escobar. You know, and how close we go back to Valencia leading off with a double. You know, Ned Yosten, the trainer, came out after he got 2 strikes and we're ready to take him out of the game because of his wrist. That wrist feels good now.
2 runs in with 1 away. Runner aboard for Eric Hosmer, who's in front 1-0. And the Royals, the real good news is they've still got their closer available, and Greg Holland is up in the bullpen as we speak with that 2-run lead. So I was just getting ready to say, as Aoki singled in the 2nd run of the inning, sometimes late extra innings like we are tonight, 13th, it's somebody that loses it just as much as somebody winning the ball game. And yeah, I'm not discrediting or taking away from Valencia's big hit there, but the error charged to Morin is what accounted for that run. That's a tough spot.
It really is. But I think looking at this game, the Royals, just for their own well-being, for their own mentality, they needed this thing. They need this game. They've got to close this out. I mean, they've been running down that road of anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Can't get a break. Things haven't gone our way. And they've been waiting for some sign, something to turn. Give them a little something.
A win would bring Ned Yost back to 500. We talked about the AL West a moment ago. In terms of the Central, Tigers lost earlier tonight. That one this afternoon, as a matter of fact. Cleveland a winner in Baltimore today. Twins are in San Francisco as we speak, and the Giants have a 1-0 lead in the 6th inning. On 3-2, the runner goes, and Hosmer shoots that one foul. Look out.
Ball shot all the way back to the mound. That thing went into the stand, shot back, rolled all the way to the mound. Man. We get a velocity off of that one.
Billy Butler waits next. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Hosmer. You know, these two teams likely went into this weekend series thinking about, all right, we got the Friday night game, and then we got the kind of midday 4 p.m. local time start Saturday, and then a day game on Sunday. That's not a horrible turnaround. But the way this one's gone, it almost amounts to a 7 p.m. local start. Hosmer hits the hole on the left side. But Freese looked at Ibar as though Ibar had the play, and it kind of squirted between the both of them. Runners at the corners now with one away.
Well, you see Ibar, he's shading towards second base and then moves as Aoki's on the move. Then just a huge hole on the left side.
Yeah,
Hosmer hits it.
Nobody had a play on that ball. So now Billy Butler, runners at the corners. And the Royals certainly wouldn't say no to some more insurance. Turned into a 4-hit night for Eric Hosmer, his second such ball game this year. So it is against the Royals closer that the Angels will be backed up to the wall in the last of the 13th with Ibar, Calhoun, and Iannetta scheduled. Butler sends a fly ball to center. That should be enough to get Aoki home. Billy Butler's second RBI of the ball game has made it 7-4 Kansas City. This is one of those nights where, and you don't see a lot of them at the ballparks quite yet, but if you're a major league scout and you're in the ballpark with your stopwatch and your radar gun and your straw hat, you love a night like this because you can write a report on everybody on the roster.
I don't know about that, though. You're going to be up awfully long filling out those charts and writing those reports. They're going to be an all-nighter.
You can have a day off tomorrow. Right? I got the whole roster, guys. Make that conference call tonight, file your reports online or however it's done these days. A ball and no strikes, the count to Alex Gordon. A 3-run top of the 13th. Royals led by 3 early. And they have that 3-run lead late. 1-2. What's the longest game you ever played in?
I believe it was 6 hours. It was Phillies 20 innings. Dodgers Phillies. It was great.
Were you in there the whole night?
Yeah. I mean, and the kicker was we had a game in New York the following day, a day game. It was beautiful. We bussed from Philly that night. It was like a Sunday night baseball. There was nobody complaining on that bus that night.
I'm sure. The longest game in Major League history by time. A game that spanned 2 days between the Brewers and White Sox in 1984. Broken bat pop as Kendrick gathers it in. One last chance for the Angels after Danny Valencia was able to come back, hurt his hand a couple of pitches earlier, and then doubled to set up a 3-run rally in the 13th. has been so good for the Angels out of the bullpen all year. He does give up 3 runs in the top half of the 13th. Danny Valencia's double started the rally, and it gives Ned Yost an opportunity to use his closer to try to get out of here with a win. Greg Holland making his 20th appearance of the year tonight.
You see he's got the 13 saves, 6 walks, 25 strikeouts. Another guy that's just going to come right at you.
Eric Ibar leads things off and takes a strike.
Now, besides throwing hard, I mean, the way he falls off the mound. Jimmy Paredes at third base.
A couple of changes in the outfield as well. We'll get to that after the 0-1 to Ibar. A ball and a strike.
I mean, that just can't be comfortable as a left-handed hitter with the way Holland falls off the mound.
Gerard Dyson takes over in center after pinch running. That moves Lorenzo Cain to right. Nori Aoki gets the rest of the night, quote unquote, off. 2 balls and a strike. Slap to second base. Siriaco's got it. The Royals are 2 outs away from a well-earned extra innings victory. Hey, tune in tomorrow for the final game of this series on our regional Fox Sports networks. Coverage starts at 2 Central on Fox Kansas City and noon Pacific on Fox Sports West. Will turn into the rubber match should the Royals hang on to this late lead. Jason Vargas and Garrett Richards, a good matchup tomorrow afternoon. Here's Cole Calhoun now. Cole making his 6th plate appearance of the night and looking for his first hit of the ball game.
Yeah, this game can't end soon enough. 0 for 5 right now. Oh for 5, and you get to go see 97. Almost 5 hours into it.
So part of the reason I asked you about the longest one that you'd ever played in, and then I wanted to know if you were out there the whole night, is that game that I mentioned, the longest game played by time in big league history, Brewers White Sox, May 8th, 1984. Like an 8-hour game.
That's a lot of standing around.
Yeah. Our mutual friend Tom Paciorek has such a great story from that night. He started the night as a bench guy as Calhoun swings and misses the 2nd out of the inning. And it's, you know, an ordinary game. You're not starting that day. Ron Kittle was in the middle of his terrific early run with the White Sox. Tom Paciorik's eating pizza in the clubhouse, and somebody yells up the tunnel and says, "Hey, Tommy, Kitty's not feeling good. We need you right out here." So he's still got pizza in his mouth as he grabs a bat, pinch hits, punches out against Don Sutton, and then proceeds to stay in there the rest of the night and go 5 for 9 on a day that he didn't think he was going to play, in which he was just eating pizza.
Can't a guy just go to a ballpark and eat some pizza? Next thing you know, you got 9 at bats.
Oh, the game's changed, huh?
Oh.
0-1 the count to Chris Iannetta. Yeah, 8 hours and 6 minutes that game.
Who do you think was calling that game? You think Bob Uecker was there calling that thing?
He would have been. I believe so. You know who else might have been calling that game?
Don't say Hawk.
No, Harry Carey.
Oh yeah, okay.
And Jimmy Pearsall. I think they were together as that very animated, colorful White Sox radio team back in the day. animated and colorful to the degree that they would get into fistfights with managers. 2 balls and a strike to Iannetta. Chris, not unlike Tom Paciorek in '84, a non-starter tonight on a night that's turned into a longer one than any of us saw coming.
Well, you got to also hand it to this umpiring crew. I mean, they've been standing out there for 13 full innings. Chris Siegel behind the plate.
Yeah, you make a good point. And Chris Siegel is a minor league umpire who's filling in for the crew chief with this group.
What a night to fill in, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, you want to
think Mike Winters and just watching this? Well, I know he's not watching it, but I'm sure he's thrilled. He should have been here tonight. Should have been behind the plate.
These are the nights when you're home going, I picked a good one to miss. Three balls and 2 strikes, 2 out, last of the 13th. Greg Holland hoping to end it right here, and he will with a strikeout and an exclamation point. A long night of baseball, better than 5 hours, ends in rather satisfying terms for the Kansas City Royals. A 7-4 win for the Royals tonight. We'll return to Anaheim to wrap things up right after messages from your local Fox station.